Teams, practice is now ended. Please hold up on all practice shots. No more deliveries at this time, please. No more practice deliveries at this time. Good morning, spectators, athletes, and guests. Welcome to the qualifying round of the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. The USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships and Intercollegiate Singles Championships. The Youth Education Services Program, the YES Fund. This is a new initiative dedicated to the development of youth bowling. Our future is now, and the partnerships already created have united the bowling industry in a single cause, the betterment of youth bowling. X-Bowling, connecting bowlers around the world, allowing you to compete in challenges, win prizes, track your scores and stats, plus more. Bowling to the power of X. For competition today, teams will be bowling 6 4-game blocks. Each block will consist of 4 Baker games on pre-assigned lanes. Teams will move lanes as designated on their lane assignment sheets. 2 full Baker games will be bowled on 1 lane. Teams will then change lanes for the completion of the first 4 set. Spectators, we ask that once tournament play begins, there is no flash photography or lights used for video cameras. As a reminder, this is a non-smoking event, and we respectfully ask that you do not smoke in the building or outside the main entrance. Smoking is only permitted in areas designated by city and/or state laws. Teams, match play will begin at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. After qualifying today, team photos will be taken during the lunch break. All athletes are required to be present for photos. Spectators, we need your cooperation in helping us keep the aisles between the bleachers clear and open. This is due to fire code. If somebody asks you to move, please do so. Also, live streaming is set up in the lounge behind lanes 9 and 10 to keep the front entryway clear. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these collegiate teams a big round of applause as teams begin their qualifying competition of the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Good luck and good bowling.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, brought to you by X-Bowling, live here on Bowl TV, getting ready to get started with the first game of qualifying here at the ITCs. Featured pairs for this first 4 games, Wichita State and Wright State on the women's side, Morehead State and St. Ambrose on the men's side. Format pretty simple. It's qualifying as 6 4-game Baker matches, and then the teams will be seeded into the match play bracket after qualifying concludes, and the first couple of rounds of bracket play will be held this afternoon. So we've got 24 Baker games of qualifying. And if you'd like to check out the lane assignments so you can see who's going to be coming on to the featured pairs. We've got that for you. If you click the link below the video you're watching, that'll take you to a results and live scoring page. Lots of great information there. Got the xbowling.com live scoring, and also have the lane rotation for today's qualifying. That's also where you'll find results and brackets as well. So a lot of good information on that page. Probably worth bookmarking because you're going to be visiting it a lot today and tomorrow. Wichita State and Wright State on the women's pair to start things off this morning. Morehead State and St. Ambrose on the men's pair. Last night at the Night of Champions banquet here in Lincoln, they announced the collegiate MVPs and All-Americans, and your women's MVP on the far left side of your screen, Tanya Ramenpur of Wichita State from Indonesia, took home the MVP trophy last night. Marshall Kent from Robert Morris, he earned the men's MVP honors. If you want a full recap as to all of the folks who were honored last night, you can find that on bowl.com on the news stories off to the right side of bowl.com. So 24 games of qualifying this morning, and actually it'll extend into the afternoon, scheduled for qualifying to wrap up at 2:45 p.m. Central Time. Then about a 2-hour break, and match play will get started at 4:45 p.m. Central Time with 2 rounds of matches this evening. And of course, a full day of matches tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m., going till probably around 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night. And it all leads to the TV shows, which will be taped on Saturday. 4 shows are going to be taped. 2 team shows and 2 singles shows. The men's team, the women's team, the women's singles and the men's singles. We already know who has made the TV finals for the singles shows. We had that coverage for you right here on Bowl TV on Tuesday. And it was on the women's side, Christina Michelson, Jazriel Tan, Daria Kovalova, and Tanya Ramenpur. And on the men's side, Mike Kahn, Brock Finch, Ronnie Fujita, and Aaron Lawrence all advanced to the TV finals for the intercollegiate singles. You can find the live scoring on xbowling.com. Pretty easy to find on their website, or you can click on the link right below the video you're watching and find the link there as well. It's organized pretty easily, has the name of each team. You click on it and you can see their live score. And for reference, our featured pairs are 15 and 16, and 17 and 18. So a long way to go in qualifying here. This is just game 1 of 24. We actually have a few of the players on our featured pairs this game who advanced to the singles show. Daria Kovalova on the far left side of your screen. She was just up for Wichita State. We'll bring her to your attention next time she's up on the approach. And see Tanya Robinper getting ready to bowl on lane 15 for Wichita. She also made it to the show for the singles event. And then the other one, Mike Kahn for Moorhead State. We'll give you a heads up when he's up on the approach as well, so you can take a look at his bowling style. If you're looking for all of the information and resources for the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships, you can find that at bowl.com/ITC. bowl.com/ITC. Just Jazz. Andrew Koff in the chat asking what the lane condition is. It's 45 feet, 24.345 mils of oil. Ratio of about 2.7 to 1. St. Ambrose off to a good start here in the second game with 3 strikes in a row. Midland shot 248 the first game on the men's side. Robert Morris 233 and Florida State 226. Women's side still waiting for one of the teams to finish up. Should be able to give you an update on the top 3 on the women's side here in just a second. Pikeville 221, Wichita State 217, and Maryland Eastern Shore 209. It's your top 3 on the women's side after the first game. Apologize for the hiccup in the live stream. Not sure quite what happened, but if that happens again, just push refresh until you get it to come back. Usually it comes back pretty quick. Front 5 now for St. Ambrose this game. Shot 182 the first game, which places them in 13th place after one game. Jason Overstreet is here with us today as well. Hi, Jason.
Good morning, Lucas.
Jason had the honor of being the MC at the banquet last night. Always a lot of fun. They had some unique cheers from the teams last night.
Great awards banquet. Everybody dressed very sharply. And a good way to kick off this championships.
I think Notre Dame, Ohio had my favorite cheer of the night. They had a little dance, and it's kind of exciting. And everybody tried to come up with something unique. And always a lot of fun. St. Ambrose front 6 now, so they're cruising along here this game.
One of our traditions here at the Intercollegiate Team Championships during the banquet. All the teams come up with creative cheers as they're introduced. Also some creative outfits.
Front 7 for St. Ambrose.
The Bees are really rocking here this game.
Do Bees rock? I don't know. They buzz, right? The Bees are buzzing.
No problem with the early start. See if we might have some excitement here.
I think looking at the lane pattern, the scores are probably going to be pretty high, so it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some strings of strikes. Let's see if St. Ambrose can keep it going here. Oh, that's a brutal 9-pin to end the string. So they bowl 2 games. You'll notice 2 games on the same lane. And then they're going to flip and bowl the next 2 games on the opposite lane before they move to a different pair. So every 4 games, we have different teams on the featured pairs. And you can find that lane rotation schedule on bowl.com. If you click the link right below the video that you're watching, I put that link right in there for you so you can easily find the results, lane assignments, and also the xbowling.com live scoring. And our thanks to xbowling for their sponsorship of these collegiate national championships. Would encourage you to please go to the App Store and download the xbowling Tournament Edition app. And if you do that, you can watch the live scoring right on your phone or your tablet, iPad, iPhone. You can watch it right there, and maybe you have your laptop out or your computer out. You're watching the live streaming. You can also watch the live scoring right on your phone. Just go to the App Store, download that xbowling Tournament Edition app. Also has live scorings on that app for the Open and Women's Championships as well. So something that you'll probably want to keep on your phone for a while. So although St. Ambrose will not bowl a 300 this game, it has the potential to be a big game nonetheless. They enter the 10th frame with an opportunity to shoot 279 here in Game 2. Again, Midland leading on the men's side after the first game with 248. Weber International second with 247. And Robert Morris, Illinois, third at 233. Weber wasn't on that standing board when I said the results earlier. They must have finished a little bit later than everybody else, but Weber with 247. Kyle Anderson for St. Ambrose with a strike in the 10th. That'll put him in the 260s.
Lucas, you've been to this tournament quite a few years. What's your experience in terms of how important it is to perform well in qualifying before it gets to match play where it really counts.
I think the qualifying is more of just getting comfortable with the pattern, and the teams are all so good that it doesn't really matter where you're seated that much. You're going to probably have a little separation between a few of the elite teams, but when you get into match play, anybody can kind of win. It's best of 7. But you definitely don't want to be the number 16 seed because you don't want to take on whoever's bowling best. That's for sure. That goes for any bracket or format like that.
I think that's true. And whether you end up being 5 or 12 may not matter. But
yeah. Then again, we've seen the number 1 seed lose a few times in this tournament in the first round of match play. So, the teams are also talented. There's a lot of parity in college bowling.
Yeah, there's no team here that's not capable of beating another team.
Yeah, we've seen it year after year at this tournament. You got a team that on paper shouldn't beat another team, and it happens every year. You'll have an upset. I think Robert Morris, Illinois on the men's side is probably the best team, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the title. It doesn't mean they're going to make it through match play and onto the show. There's a lot of work to do to get to that point.
Yeah, for those who might be watching and they're not familiar with the path to be able to arrive here at the national level in the final 16, it required first advancing to sectionals and then being one of the top teams from those sectional sites.
UWW Mom having a hard time finding the schedule for what teams are on the TV pair. If you click that link that's below the video, it'll take you to the page, and right below the live scoring link is the qualifying lane assignments. And that'll bring up the grid of who's on what pairs throughout the day today in qualifying. Simon asking, where's the app that we mentioned? Just search the App Store for xbowling Tournament Edition. xbowling Tournament Edition app. And you should be able to find it. You can also find the live scoring and other information about xbowling at xbowling.com. And they're very active on Twitter. I follow them on Twitter. I don't know if do you follow xbowling on Twitter yet, Jason? You should.
I do.
Yeah, they have a very active Twitter following, and so you can follow them on Twitter. Very simple, at xbowling. And while you're there, you should also follow USBC at USBC. They also have xbowling has a side event for the Open and Women's Championships where you can potentially win $50,000. So you might want to check that out if you're bowling the Open or the Women's. I know Jason already bowled the Open Championships. Did you win the $50,000, Jason?
Yeah, please don't search for my score. I'll lose all credibility.
To win the $50,000, you got to throw a lot of strikes. And
yeah, it's a fun app, though. It's a fun game. I mean, it's called the 90 Frame X Game Challenge, and you earn points for striking at different frames throughout the event, and that's what xbowling is really all about, creating different types of just challenges you can do as an individual or with groups, whether you're in the same center or not. It's really just a whole new way to enjoy bowling, even if you're not in a traditional kind of structured tournament or league. So once again, it's xbowling, the title sponsor of our event here, and encourage everyone to download the app and check it out. If nothing else, it's fun to follow scores, and there's going to be a lot of new components for xbowling coming out in the coming months as they roll out into more centers and offer more games and challenges. So some great games and things you can do practicing too. Just if you're at the center, it's always hard, I think, when you're by yourself coming up with ways to keep practice being interesting, and xbowling can certainly help with that.
Well, they're starting to finish up game 2 across the house. Our featured pair for the men really bowling quick. They're way ahead of the rest of the men's field. So as soon as everybody finishes their second game, we'll give you a recap on the standings. But like I said, our featured pair is going pretty quick. Can help us spread the word about the broadcast here today on Facebook and Twitter. Just let everybody know you're watching live streaming here on Bowl TV. See, just waiting on a couple of more men's teams to finish up game 2, and then we can give you an idea of the standings on the men's side. And still got 4 women's teams finishing the second game. Should be able to give you a men's update here as soon as it cycles through on the screen in front of me. Just a second. Okay, we're bowling 24 games of qualifying, so a long way to go. Just now in game 3. It's done in 6 4-game blocks. So Robert Morris leading with 499, Weber at 470, and St. Ambrose at 450. So that's how quick things can turn. St. Ambrose went from 13th place to 3rd in one game. That's because it's still early on. So that's the top 3 on the men's side. Maryland Eastern Shore 431, Wisconsin Whitewater. And it flipped before I could tell you who the 3rd place team was on the women's side. Kind of like to think of this qualifying portion as the appetizer. This is just kind of the lead up, and the main dish will be coming this afternoon when we start match play, because it's about the most exciting format that we have in bowling. Here's the women's standings: Maryland Eastern Shore 431, Wisconsin Whitewater 406, and Wichita State 400. So scores a little bit lower on the women's side. Only 3 teams that are 400 or better. And on the men's side, after 2 games, you've got, let's see here, 10 teams that are 400 or better. So the score's a little bit lower to start on the women's side. Wright State starting to string some strikes on the women's pair. Wright State ranked number 8 in the country in the team ranking system PowerPoints. They won 5 tournaments this year, including the Racer Classic and the Cardinal Baker Classic, so they've had a good season. They also had 5 second-place finishes and finished third 3 times. So Wright State's had a really good season. I'm hoping to take some of that momentum into the nationals here, and maybe take home their first national title. Wichita State, they have no shortage of national titles, 9-time national champions, including 2005, 2007, and 2009. So they like the odd numbered years. What is it, 2013? So
who knows?
Could be Wichita State's year. They like the odd years. 5 of their 9 national titles have come in odd years. So,
well, and several of their players have had a few extra competition shots in this house as they've excelled in the intercollegiate singles portion of the competition.
Yeah, about half the team made it to the singles show,
yeah,
it seems like.
It's going to be a Wichita State television show on the women's side.
Here's a good stat for you, Jason, for Wichita State this season. They won 8 of 11 events with no finish below third place. That's pretty good stats. And they won back-to-back Tier 1 events. Tier 1s are the majors in college bowling's regular season. They won the Collegiate Shootout and the Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invite. It was live on Bowl TV from Las Vegas just before Christmas. St. Ambrose men, they're ranked number 16 in the power points. And they won the Midwest Collegiate Conference Tournament this season. No national titles for them. Morehead State ranked number 3 in the country. And they won what is probably the biggest and toughest event of the regular season to win, the Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Morehead State, a very talented team. They're going to definitely challenge for the title here this weekend.
St. Ambrose can boast having back-to-back USBC Star of Tomorrow award winners.
Yeah, that's true.
Kyle Anderson, Joey Caparo. That award, a very tough award to win.
It means they've got some real dedicated bowlers on their teams.
Yes, the Star of Tomorrow award recognizes bowlers who have excelled on the lanes and also have extraordinary accomplishments in the classroom and as volunteers. There's Kyle Anderson for strike in the 10th. Morehead shoots 183 and Ambrose will be over 200.
Yeah, 214 is their
max if Kyle can strike a couple more times.
Only 589 for the first 3 games for Morehead State. It's kind of a slow start for them. I'm thinking that they were hoping for a little bit better than that. But a long ways to go here in qualifying. Got 24 games and we're just finishing game 3. St. Ambrose looks like they're going to be at about 654 for their first 3 games. It's a pretty good start for them. Wright State winning, could have a nice game. I mean, the 230s, 233 is their max if they cover up this spare here in the 10th. So 231 is what they finish at this game. 575 for their first 3. Wichita State can shoot 202 this game, put them at 602 for the first 3.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the 2013 X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet. Lucas Wiseman doing most of the talking here for you today as we are just underway with a few games in the books for qualifying to determine seeding for match play. I'd like to also take a moment to thank our partners with the Yes Fund. If you're not familiar with the Yes Fund, it's a co-op of major brands in bowling that come together and support future youth initiatives. Also, a big thanks to our title sponsor, xbowling. The xbowling app providing live scores here from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. As we get through match play and come down to the final teams, the finals will be recorded for broadcast on CBS Sports Network, and those telecasts will air regularly on Fridays in May. So you can look for that. Thrilled to have the television finals of both the intercollegiate team and singles events once again on CBS Sports Network. Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes will be handling the call. I know that many people got a chance to enjoy that last year. As a benefit of being on CBS Sports Network is not only is it run on the first time, but then we frequently have it replayed. So if you missed it the first time, you may get another chance.
I think it replayed about 100 times
over
the course of the last year.
It was on a lot. It was great. You know, you're flipping through the channels, and there you go, seeing.
And you know, I don't get CBS Sports Network on my TV package at home, but it was really easy last year. I just called my provider, called Uverse, and said, "Hey, I want this channel," so it cost me $5 for the month, and was able to watch it. So, you know, it's worth it. Got to pay $5 one time to watch 4 bowling shows. That's not that bad, you know.
Right.
And they have a lot of good content on that channel too. So it was nice to have. They had one of my. I'm a USF football fan, so they had a USF game on last year, which was nice. So I was able to watch that as well. So it's worth having if you want to watch it. You don't necessarily get the channel on the tier package that you have. There's so many different packages with
there's
cable
more and
now.
more content that bowling fans are going to watch coming up on CBS Sports Network.
Yeah, with the PBA going to having 5 shows on there. So
really, if you're a bowling fan, you need to find a way to get CBS Sports Network on, and it's available most places. Just have to figure out which package is part of it. Once again, the ITC and ISC finals will be carried there Fridays in May.
And it all depends on who your TV provider is as to whether or not it's included in your package. I think a lot of people on DirecTV get it, but if you have Uverse, it's an upper tier channel, but you can add it for a nominal fee. So you just got to check with your TV provider on that. You can also, I think if you go to CBSSportsNetwork.com, they have a channel finder on there, so you can find out exactly what channel it is on your provider. Still waiting for a couple of teams to finish the 3rd game before we can give you the standings.
Also, some of you may not have joined us on a Bowl TV broadcast for a while, that YouTube is constantly adjusting one of the features available on the interface for live streaming. You now have the ability to control the quality of your picture, which some cases you might want to reduce the quality if you're struggling with the feed and things are buffering depending on your internet connection, or if you have a really fast internet connection, you might want to increase it and make it better. The way that you adjust the speed is there is a little gear, looks somewhat like a wheel, just underneath the screen, the lower right where the Bowl TV logo is in the standard view. It's just underneath the W. And if you click on that, it gives you several options. The default is that it is set for auto and pictures quality for you, but if you'd like to make the resolution a little higher, you can move it up to 480. And if you've been having trouble with picture freezing or buffering, back it down to 240. The resolution may not be as clear, but the stream will be a little bit more steady. So you can kind of tailor it to the needs of your connection. A different feature that YouTube is offering here for its live streaming player.
And you can also rewind in real time. If you just kind of mouse over the video, you'll see a little white circle that'll show up right below the video. And you can back up the feed and watch, let's say somebody made a 7-10 split and you want to watch it instantly again, you can just back up and watch it. Or if you tune in a little late and let's say you want to go back and watch the start of this Wichita State, Wright State game, you can just back up and watch it in real time, which is a nice feature.
That's a change. It used to be that you could only see something once the entire live stream was complete and available on demand. Now it presents a lot like any other YouTube video where you, as Lucas mentioned, you can just go down to the little video bar and take a look at something in the past and rewind. And so it's constantly evolving. That's the good news. The bad news is that as they're tweaking it, sometimes there are problems that cause random need to refresh that is beyond our control or an outage here and there. So
yeah, it seems like since they did the upgrade, if you sometimes you'll get a stream error and you just got to refresh and it'll pop back up. But it's because the YouTube Live platform is in a constant beta testing mode, it seems like, because they're always changing things. And
yeah, it's been about a year, and they've been continually working on adjusting the interface and the elements. And so with that sometimes comes some bugs, but it also has continuing improvements, and so I appreciate more good than bad.
Steve asking in the chat if there's any plans to stream in 720, and we don't quite have the HD technology, but the bigger problem is that most bowling centers don't have the internet bandwidth to be able to support that. So it's multiple challenges there, but while it would be nice, I'm not sure that it's 100% necessary to stream in HD for something like this, but maybe one day we'll be able to have that technology. But and Fidel saying he's having some slow motion video. You might want to take advantage of that opportunity to decrease the quality level on your end, Fidel, just by clicking that little gear sign underneath the video. Well, I told you, Jason, that Morehead State only had about 589 or so for the first 3 games, and that was a little lower than I thought they should have had, and now they're bowling a big game.
Yep,
so
they're getting on a hot streak.
They're kind of back where they should be here. Going to shoot in the 240s this game. Should be able to bring you some standings here. Give you the top 3 in each division. Men's side, Robert Morris at 743, so big start for Robert Morris. Weber at 714 and William Patterson at 654. Also have St. Ambrose at 654. Maryland Eastern Shore leading at 658 on the women's side, Weber at 611, and Wisconsin Whitewater at 603. Those are your top 3 on each side. And again, you can find results and information on this event by going to bowl.com/ITC or clicking the link right below the video that you're watching. I think the standings will be updated every 4 games on bowl.com. And of course, you can watch the live scoring from xbowling.com. See any pair in the bowling center. And you can find out what pair your favorite team is on by clicking that qualifying lane assignments link that we've got for you on bowl.com. And after these 24 games of qualifying, we're going to go into match play this afternoon, about 4:45 p.m. Central Time. So 2 rounds of match play this evening, and then match play all day tomorrow. Morehead State 249 gives them 838 for their 4 games. And that's the last we'll see of Morehead State, at least for now. The last round of qualifying, last 4 games, is a position round, so if Morehead State bowls well, we may see them again.
10th frame for Wichita on the women's side, Jazreel Tam.
Only going to be in the 180s this game. Wright State also struggling a bit here, pulling max at 160. They strike out in the 9th and the 10th. St. Ambrose looking at 182 this game as a max. Wichita State finishes at 179 and 781 for the first 4. Rough game for Wright State. Looking to be in the 120s this game, unfortunately.
.182 for St. Ambrose.
And 836 for their first 4. We might have Robert Morris on for the next game on the men's side. See them moving over here. I'm not sure if they're on our pair or the pair to the right. I haven't looked at the lane assignments yet. See if Wright State can cover up the spare here to close out game 4. Takes it straight back for the open. They only shoot 118 that game and finish at 693 for the first 4. I think we're going to take a quick break. We've got to plug in for our Yes Fund partners.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Point, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
Welcome back to Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska, and to the 2013 xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Just wrapping up our first set of qualifying. Teams rotating onto their next pair. As we get set to resume our next set here at the 2013 X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships, want to welcome in a special guest, Scott Stone, Vice President from X-Bowling, joins us. Scott, appreciate your being here to talk a little bit about X-Bowling and also just give your thoughts on this event, maybe before we start talking about the great technology that you guys are developing. What is your reaction to this, seeing it in person here, the championships of collegiate bowling?
Jason, I want to tell you, you guys are unbelievable with the event that you guys have put together here. There's so much energy running through this place, and we're just excited to be part of this youth program that's going in such a positive direction with your leadership with the USBC and Chad Murphy and your group and Gary Brown. And you know what, with technology, we're really hoping to bring more attention to the sport itself. We know bowling's a lot of fun, but we want people to understand that there's more to it. Understand the lane conditions, the ball conditions. How do we educate them that these are true athletes out here who work hard at the sport, and we want to be able to take them to the next level and incorporate technology to bring some great things to the sport alone.
On our featured pair in front of us, we're going to be keeping an eye on one of the top men's teams in the country. Robert Morris University will be in front of us, along with two-time MVP Marshall Kent. They will be sharing the pair with Florida State. On the women's side, I see it's going to be Kutztown and Stephen F. Austin. The Lady Jacks will be joining them. We're waiting on Stephen F. Austin to come on in. Visiting right now with Scott Stone from X-Bowling. The X-Bowling app available in two different editions for download on the App Store, both for Apple and for Android. There's the Tournament Edition as well as the Standard Edition. And let's talk a little bit just about what X-Bowling is all about. Now, I'm familiar with it, having had a chance to work with you guys and having used the app for quite a few months. But just the whole concept in general, we want to explain to folks. The app talks to scoring systems in bowling centers throughout the country and then allows people that are just out bowling anytime to be able to use that data for different games, social networking, etc.
Correct, Jason. I mean, where we are today, people have used the app, or they can use it definitely for the live scorings no matter where you are in the world. You can download the app itself. You can see the live scorings going on right now here at the tournament today. The direction of the app is a wonderful thing. It's the technology that we can do. If you think about, how popular the consoles are, the PlayStation 3s, the Wiis, how people connect to other people, the Facebook. I mean, this world is a social world. It's a familiar space using apps, downloading apps, the technology altogether. But what we do is a little unique is that we actually have people connect physically through a sport. So we're trying to change recreational sports altogether. So it's not a video game. You actually have to go and compete in a live sport against others. There's a lot of great features within the app. I mean, every ball thrown that is given, we've collected over 500,000 balls thrown, we collect data on. So we can break it down as far as strike percentage, spare percentage. Statistics that we get are unbelievable.
For those of you out there that are competitive bowlers, whether it be part of collegiate programs or high school bowlers or those that have advanced on, the tools and the data is just amazing. I mean, you can go back in and just really analyze exactly where some of your consistent issues might be in terms of spare leaves or conversion, strike percentage, etc.
Correct, absolutely. And with that said, too, there's some great features as well. You can even post games in there, Jason. So, for instance, if I happen to be here in Nebraska and I bowled a game at 9 o'clock this morning and you couldn't get off work until 7 o'clock tonight, you could go into your local bowling center that's X-Bowling enabled. You could pull up my name. You could roll your first ball. And guess what? My name would pop up. My first ball would show up. It wouldn't show my total score. So stuff like that's behind the app that people aren't familiar with. It's going to take a little bit of time for people to understand what we're doing. And with that said, there's competition levels. There's different challenges within the app. You can challenge yourself to different strikes, different spares. You're gaining points when you do that. We've got a new app that's actually coming out in the next 4 to 5 weeks. We got our fingers crossed the way technology is today. But with that, we're hoping a redemption store will be in there. We've teamed up with Redemption Plus here in the bowling industry. And so those points will be worth prizes and different things that you can get just by using your app within the center and just for going bowling.
Once again, we're visiting with Scott Stone from X-Bowling. If you've not downloaded the X-Bowling app, it's something you definitely need to do. Anybody who's a bowler should take a look and will be able to enjoy it. And I think it's really going to change a lot of the way that folks bowl outside of traditional organized competition. I mean, that's really what it's all about. You can enhance the practice session by some of these different challenges or games, or for someone like, honestly, in my situation, I've moved around the country due to work different times, and sometimes it's difficult right away when you arrive somewhere. You might be in the middle of league season or not know a lot of folks. It's a way to stay engaged with folks that you knew from wherever you left, and also a way to be able to meet new people in your area too.
Well, that's exactly right, Jason. And a wonderful thing too, we've just actually teamed up with the military, with the Army and the Air Force and the Navy as well. So, it's got that feel-good story. You got a father that's away, happens to be in Naples, Italy, and his daughter's having a birthday party back in Atlanta, Georgia. Well, he can feel part of that party. He can see his daughter's scores. He can congratulate her, text her through the app, see everything live, what's going on. So it really does connect people, but most importantly, it brings the sport of bowling into it all together with what a great sport we have here, and we just need to continue to change that perception and the people who work hard at it, and see if we can bring more money to the sport and take it to another level.
Absolutely. Checking in on the competition in front of us on the men's featured pair, the Seminoles from Florida State, really on a hot streak here as they put together 5 in a row. Robert Morris also bowling very well. That is a 3-bagger heading into the 9th frame, so we're going to see a couple of big scores from both Florida State and Robert Morris on our men's featured pair. The women's featured pair just underway, only in the 2nd frame. Now we have X-Bowling installed at the National Bowling Stadium and Convention Center in Reno. For those of you who might not be aware, that's where the USBC Open and Women's Championships are taking place. And we've had thousands of people download the app for use, taking a look at their scores there, keeping an eye on what other people are doing. But also there's the 90-frame X Game Challenge, which is one of the first national releases and marketed games that X-Bowling has done. Again, if you're not familiar with the technology, a seamless interface to where those scores from the National Bowling Stadium go into the X-Bowling app. You can see it in real time on your phone or on the desktop. And the 90-frame X game is really a kind of a cool concept that I think explains some of what your business model is. The way it works is those 90 frames that you bowl throughout the Open Championships, each frame has a different point value. So the first frame, for example, I think is 400 points. Right. And then there are different kind of key frames through there that have a higher value. You bowl the tournament and then you can see after day 1 and then after day 2 how many points you accumulated. And if you accumulate a certain amount of points, it costs $15 to enter. Really simple. You just download the app, put in your credit card, $15. And if you do well enough, can put together enough strikes in the right places, you win some prize money. A lot like a side event, but all on your phone, and it's kind of more fun.
Absolutely. I mean, you're hired, Jason. That's a great plug right there. That's awesome. For $50,000, if you happen to hit it, it's just a great thing.
Yeah, I missed the big part, $50,000 payout. I was thinking, Scott was describing it from my own experience, and I thought it was really cool, but I knew I was not going to be striking enough to be able to win the big money. But a $50,000 prize, there's a big pot of gold at some of these prizes if you get on a hot streak. And for a lot of our talented bowlers that are watching this, that's the hot streaks happens from time to time.
Right, and there's different point structure too, so there's different payouts on that out in Reno too as well. But what's so great about the challenges I talked about earlier, strike on next, get a spare on your to pick up a spare for different point structures. Well, we'll have these 90-frame game challenges within the app too as well. We'll come up with different games, whatever they may be, but gives a player's opportunity to win cash and prizes and create that excitement, that buzz. You get excited about one strike, but can you imagine if you happen to win $50,000, how that buzz is going to go on?
And that's part of what another thing X-Bowling can do is it will all of a sudden be able to change just regular tournaments and some sort of standard everyday trips to the bowling center to events that can mean something in terms of prizes, and that's something that I think will have a lot of entertainment value for a lot of folks. Checking in on our scores here on our men's featured pair, Robert Morris with a big game of 256 as They put together 6 strikes to finish up the game. Florida State in the 10th frame. That is the fill shot, and it's going to be a 221 for the Seminoles. Over on our women's featured pair, Stephen F. Austin with 77 in the 4th. And cuts down 89 in the 4th. And they are a little bit slower paced than the guys. Visiting once again with Scott Stone from xbowling, our title sponsor here. xbowling will be part of collegiate bowling for several years as the title sponsor of this event and developing all kinds of new games in support of making bowling a more enjoyable and entertaining pursuit for everyone, whether you're in high level of competition or just a casual bowler. First step, of course, is to download the app, but the other step is, if it's not available in your center or in your area, have a conversation with your proprietor or center manager and put them in touch with xbowling. It's not a complicated technology to install by any means. Just requires a little bit of initiative and attention, and the xbowling team is here to support bowling centers to try to get it in and make it happen.
Absolutely, and there's no fees or costs for a center to be involved with xbowling either, so it is a simple process as far as installation goes. You know, we're about 250 centers already here in the U.S. and about 48 states. You know, a lot in the pipeline, so we're getting a lot of energy going. And, you know, there's no risk involved for the center to be part of it. There again, the more centers you have that are available, the more bowlers will be able to connect. There again, we'll be able to communicate with more bowlers, make the sport stronger in general.
From a center standpoint, it's a win-win situation. Here you have a technology that's no cost, that's going to get people interested in coming to your center, give people another reason to come to your center, and touch you into and tap into a whole new social network that you might not have had before. So once again, that's xbowling, and Scott Stone will be happy to assist anyone that is out there and looking to make it happen. I know that the rollout process is something that's going to be really exciting to watch here in the next year as we get more and more centers online and more and more games developed, and it's something that we're going to be talking about quite a bit. It's rare that you can say a game changer or the type of product that can really revolutionize bowling. Bowling is a sport that one of the things that I think we all can romanticize about it is that its simplicity, that it is not that unlike the sport that it was years ago, but xbowling could very well turn into being the most significant change in the way that folks interact with bowling that we've seen, say, almost since automatic scorekeeping and pin setters. It's right along those kind of lines and things that really can change the game.
Right, and it's amazing to see the support from the industry too. Jason, the USBC, BPAA, Strike 10, Brunswick, QMF, Steltronic, great supporters of xbowling, and that helps. And your energy here, there again, I just can't say enough. I mean, I wish everybody could be here to experience this. The kids here who are so excited to be here and just having some great matches. John Lucido, who runs this center, just a great proprietor, great person, and just what a great event altogether. So, if anybody can hop on the app and see the live scores now, you'll feel part of that. If you just download the app today or visit our website at xbowling.com too as well.
It's a great compliment to be able to watch the live stream and hear the cheers, and then be able to use the xbowling app to check out different pairs that might not be featured, since we can't have cameras on everything at once. Checking in on scores from our women's featured pair. Kutztown in the 10th frame right now, and that fill ball is going to leave them with a pretty nice game. 247, and Stephen F. Austin about to finish up as well. So Scott Stone, thanks so much for taking some time to visit with us and share more of the details about xbowling. I know that we'll be hearing more from you throughout the weekend as we're here, and certainly are glad to have you as part of the TV show as well.
Well, Jason, thank you so much again for having us, and we are truly excited to be part of this event, and thank you guys for all you do.
It's a pleasure. Scott Stone from xbowling. If you haven't already done so, please be sure to download that xbowling app and talk to your center manager about getting xbowling installed where you live. Well, Stephen F. Austin now with a fill shot ahead, and they will be at the 2 teens pending this next ball. And we'll see about having an update shortly on standings. If you're just joining us, we are in the second set of qualifying here at the 2013 X-Bowling Team Championships, live in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Jason Overstreet, Lucas Wiseman along with us as well. And we're glad to have you along. The match play portion of the competition comes later today after this qualifying determines seeding for the 16 teams. And then once the match play starts, that's when the drama really begins, as we find out who will advance to the televised finals that will be broadcast on CBS Sports Network.
Well, Jason, I'm sure you had a nice chat with Scott. Lots of good stuff going on with X-Bowling, and it's nice to spend some time talking to Bruce Cox, who's their COO, yesterday morning. I think he flew out already, but they got a lot of big stuff on the horizon, as I'm sure Scott talked about. A lot of exciting stuff. And you probably already said it, but I'll say it again. Make sure you download the app, the X-Bowling Tournament Edition app. You can, let's say, you got to head away from your computer for a while. Well, guess what? You can still follow along the scoring, the live scoring, if you've got that app. So be sure to download the X-Bowling Tournament Edition app.
I know that we have a lot of people that love the sport of bowling that watch these live streams, and if you love the sport of bowling, supporting X-Bowling and trying to have it continue to grow is something that will really benefit the sport. These are talented technology partners, and they are really invested in the sport of bowling and helping grow interest as part of their business model. And being supporters here of collegiate youth bowling is really something extraordinary. And so it's important that all of us that love the sport also then support our partners that are trying to assist in getting more people involved.
And looks like game 5 is starting to come to a close here on most of the pairs. As soon as everybody finishes up, we'll give you the updated standings. Got about half the team still to finish game 5. We've got the number 1 team in the country, Robert Morris, on the men's pair right now.
Bowling extremely well.
Yeah. Got 4 in a row right now. There's your Rookie of the Year, Kyle King. Use the word rookie loosely because Kyle's a Team USA member and a great bowler, been on junior team, so he's not exactly a rookie in many regards, but he is to the world of college bowling. So it's his first season, and picked up that Rookie of the Year award following in the footsteps of Marshall Kent, who won the Rookie of the Year and the Player of the Year last year, and took home the Player of the Year award last night at the Night of Champions banquet. Here's Marshall, multiple-time Team USA member. His bowling resume is growing very quickly in his young career, and I'm sure he'd love to add an ITC title to that list. Probably more important than most of the individual things he wins. A lot of folks who bowl in any sort of team competition always say that they're more interested in winning a team title than they are an individual title, so I'm sure that's exactly the case for Marshall. He'd love to help carry his team to the title here this week, and they definitely have all the tools in place. They got a stacked team for sure.
Yeah, if you're going to start talking about fan favorites or those that are expected to do well here, certainly the Robert Morris team has a tremendous depth of talent and experience. I'd say it's difficult to match. The thing that is so interesting is when you get into that match play style, what will happen. And that's where it will be a lot of fun to see how Marshall Kent contributes. On the one hand, you're only 1 of 5 in Baker-style bowling, so one bowler can only influence so much. On the other, it's rare to have a player with the amount of high stakes of international experience that he does only in the second year of college.
Just about all the teams are done with game 5. I see one women's pair that's still wrapping up down there. All the men are done with the 5th game, so as soon as that rotates through, I'll give you the update here on the standings. Things are starting to, I'm not sure why, but things are starting to get out of whack a little bit here. You got people finishing game 6 and not quite finished with game 5, so that's going to potentially cause some slight slowdowns as we move along. But Robert Morris leading on the men's side with 12:23 for 5 games. Weber International second at 11:77, and Lindenwood in third at 11:42. Not too many surprises there at the top of the men's standings. Calumet 4th and Midland 5th. So kind of what you would expect at this stage. You got 12 teams that are plus or better on the men's side. So scores are pretty high early on here, which it's a sport pattern, but it's not the hardest sport pattern you'll bowl on. And a lot of these college teams are used to bowling on just, for lack of a better word, dreadful lane conditions throughout the course of the season. Very tough sport patterns is what they bowl on, and that's why you see so many of these college bowlers finding their way on to Team USA and Junior Team USA, because they have such great experience on tough lane conditions. And so while this is still a sport pattern, it might be a little easier than they're used to, so that'll be explained why the scores are going to be pretty high here this week. .227 for Robert Morris that game, .225 for Florida State as they have finished game 6. Women's standings, let's see if we can give you an update here as soon as it cycles through. Some of the teams are already finishing game 6, and some just finished game 5, which will kind of throw the standings out of whack a little bit because you'll have teams with an extra game in there. But Maryland Eastern Shore 11:04, Weber International 10:36, and Wichita State 10:14. You got Pikeville in 4th and Kutztown in 5th. And only 4 teams on the women's side plus after 5 games. And not really any surprise at the top of that leaderboard either. Kind of the teams you would expect to be up there are up there. And I kind of wonder if Maryland Eastern Shore is bowling with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder here today, because they were shut out of the All-American Awards by the Coaches Association, which kind of surprised me a little bit. There were no NCAA players that earned All-America honors on the Coaches Association Awards, and I think some of that stems from a lot of the coaches don't get to see the NCAA teams very often, so it's hard for them to judge who should be on the teams. But I think that certainly there should have been at least one, if not more, NCAA players on the first team, second team, or honorable mention. I think Angie Ramirez, Tania Falbo, probably the 2 that, in my opinion, could have been on there, but lots of honors for them at the NCAA level. So they've got no shortage of hardware to stack their on their shelves in their dorm rooms back at UMES. Kutztown's bowling well. That's an NCAA program. In fact, the 2 teams that are on our women's pair right now are NCAA programs, Stephen F. Austin and Kutztown. So far, Kutztown's off to a good start to this tournament. 5th place coming into this game, and now they're bowling a pretty big game here. They're going to be in the 220s if they strike out. That's a pretty good total for Kutztown, because they come into this tournament ranked number 41 in the team ranking system. And did you know, Jason, this is kind of the weird fact of the tournament, that we put the team names in alphabetical order in the program book. And did you know that Kutztown is first?
Oh.
It's kind of weird that there's no team with
alphabet
no early alphabet teams. We're kind of looking at that, and I'm like, can that be right? So yeah, it's kind of strange that the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, all the way up to K were shut out from the tournament. It's kind of a random fact. Not as bad on the men's side. You got Calumet, so they kind of represent the early stages of the alphabet. 214 for Kutztown, 208 for Stephen F. Austin. As they wrap up game 6 of 24. Appreciate everybody joining us here on Bowl TV for our coverage of the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Our coverage today brought to you by the United States Bowling Congress, your membership dollars at work. Also the Yes Fund, plenty of sponsors in the Yes Fund that help promote youth bowling, including North Point, 900 Global, Roto Grip, Columbia 300, Brunswick, the BPAA and USBC, of course, Cubica AMF, Ebonite, Track, Hammer, Storm, Dexter. Some other sponsors of this event: Pepsi, Jack Link's, Rockstar Energy Drink, Strike 10 Entertainment. Pretty easy to name off all the sponsors, Jason, because all I have to do is look at the masking units all the way across the bowling center.
Like a teleprompter.
Yeah, they've got them all across, so I can't miss any of them.
Well, this event moves next year from here in Lincoln, Nebraska to the western portion of the United States, to Reno, Nevada, and the Reno Convention Center, the venue that is currently housing the USBC Women's Championships. It's just started last week, and it is an amazing venue.
Yeah, I was able to see the venue when it was still kind of in the early stages of construction when we went out there for the opening of the Open Championships, and it was looking pretty cool. I've seen a couple of photos in the recent days, and it looks pretty awesome. So it should be a nice venue for this tournament. This tournament was in the convention center setting in Syracuse?
2010.
El Paso?
Yep, El Paso.
Yeah. I get my years mixed up into so many of these things.
Yep.
It was nice to have it in the big venue with the, lots of space to spread out. And not that Sun Valley Lanes isn't a great venue. It is, of course. But a little bit of a different atmosphere when you get into the convention center.
Yeah. And that will be a really cool place to bowl. And for all of you women out there, or those of you that know women bowlers.
Everybody knows a woman bowler, right?
The format is changing next year for the USBC Women's Championships. It's moving to 4-person teams from the traditional 5. So that may open things up for greater convenience for more players. And registration for next year's tournament is going to start soon. So the USBC Women's Championships, 4-person teams, convention center setting there in Reno. For those of you that are interested, could bowl side events over at the stadium as well, because the Open Championships is going on too. So it's really a great year to head out to Reno for the Women's Championships or the Opens Championships. You go to bowl.com to register, but we would really love to see some of our younger female bowlers, those that are recently out of college and, a chance to maybe do a team reunion, go bowl the Women's Championships, spend some time on the ski slopes in Tahoe maybe towards the end of the season if you go early enough. Hope it's something that you'll consider for next year. Convention center setting is something you have to see to believe. It's just hard to describe. Well, Robert Morris putting on a display that you can see and believe.
Oh my, I just
5-bagger.
Just looked outside and it's snowing like crazy out there. I got a tweet from Chris Barnes saying that he's delayed. His flight's delayed because of the snowstorm into Omaha.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, we have the rare late April snowstorm taking place here in Lincoln, Nebraska. So it is nice to be participating in an indoor sport. A little bit hard to get a good look at it. Where we are, we're going to try and give you. Okay, here is a quick shot looking outside of the doors. We'll see the next time that they open. See, this is out the back door here at Sun Valley Lanes in Nebraska as folks come and go. Yes, it is snowing here in April.
can't believe it.
Yep.
Can't catch a break, can we, Jason? NAIA was 8 inches of snow in Indianapolis, and then come here and it's snowing in the middle of April.
Well, We're inside where it's warm.
Exactly, that's true. Although we don't like when it delays the arrival of Chris Barnes into the bowling center, because when Chris Barnes and Dave Lamont get here, it makes our job easier because they like to sit up here and talk, and, you know, works good for us because, hey, you know, they want to talk. Let them go for it. People would rather hear from Chris Barnes than you or I any day of the week. And I don't blame them. It's always nice to have a celebrity on the broadcast.
Yep, we look forward to seeing Chris.
And Dave. Dave, I think, comes in a little bit later today. I don't know how well you were able to see the snow on the stream, but
you can see it pretty well,
yeah,
I think.
It's coming down pretty good. It's starting to accumulate a little bit on the grassy surfaces. So thank goodness that we are an indoor sport, because otherwise it'd be pretty bad.
Robert Morris puts up a 260 that game. So for those of you that were thinking, wow, they're putting together a lot of strikes, you were right. Clean game, 260. Florida State about to throw the first shot in the 10th. And they need a double to be able to go over 200. Over on the women's featured pair, the Lady Jacks striking the 6th for a double. Well, cuts down in some trouble with a split. They're unable to double.
Robert Morris, after 6 games, leading the men with 1450. Weber at 1412. Lindenwood at 1369. That's after 6 games. And of course, some of them have already finished Game 7. Robert Morris 260 in Game 7. So something tells me it's going to get hard to give you standings here pretty soon, because you're going to end up with some people with a game ahead of others. I think we can give you the women's standings in just a moment as well. Maryland Eastern Shore 1287, Weber International 1251, Wichita State 1209. Those are your top 3 after 6 games on the women's side. 189 for Florida State, and of course the 260 for Robert Morris that game. So we start Game 8 on the men's pair, and a couple of frames to go in Game 7 on the women's pair. You know, there's going to be even though this is the last intercollegiate team that's going to be here at Sun Valley Lanes, at least in the near future, there's going to be a big event here in a few years. That WTBA World Youth Championship is going to be here at Sun Valley Lanes, and hopefully Jason and I will still be around in 3 years when it's here, but that's going to be in 2016, and looking forward to that. It's in Hong Kong next year, and you never know, we may see some of the bowlers that we're watching today and compete in Hong Kong next year. I think still tentatively planning to live stream that. We've been in contact with the folks in Hong Kong, and they've asked us if we'd be interested in coming over, and it's a long ways away to make any firm commitments, but looking pretty good to have live streaming from there.
That's certainly one of the great things about being a part of the Junior Team USA program, is that you have the chance to visit some exciting and different places in the world, and Hong Kong is a really fun place to get to see.
Yeah, we had a good time there for the World
the
Women's.
Host city for the World Women's a few years ago, where Team USA took home the gold. And
so for those of you just tuning in, you're watching the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman, Jason Overstreet with you. And want to give you a heads up as to what the format is for those of you who may just be tuning in. 24 games of qualifying, and we're in Game 8 right now. So we've got quite a few games of qualifying to go, and then we will have all of the teams advance to the bracket competition, which will get started this afternoon at about 4:45 p.m. Central Time, with 2 rounds of bracket play this afternoon and early evening and then a full day of bracket competition tomorrow, as we will determine the top 2 teams in each division who advance to the TV finals, which will be taped on Saturday. Now, no live streaming on Saturday of the TV shows, because obviously that's going to be broadcast on CBS Sports Network in May, but we'll certainly keep you updated on bowl.com with who wins. But no spoilers, of course. Our women's pair finishing game 7, our men's pair in game 8. This pair is bowling fast on the men's side. They're in the 4th frame of game 8. The pair to their right still in the 6th frame of game 7, and a couple of pairs down, still finishing game 6. So I don't know if there was a breakdown somewhere or maybe just some slow bowling. Not sure what's going on, but starting to get a little out of whack. And sometimes that happens in qualifying. Which means that probably after this game ends, we might have a little bit of a delay on the men's side before we have more teams coming over. But that's the way it goes. Sometimes you have teams that bowl at a much faster pace than others, and in Baker, you can sometimes get bowling pretty fast if you're stringing strikes. You know, that game can end really quick versus some teams who might be struggling a bit. So it happens.
I always find intriguing some of the comments in our chat on Bowl TV. Patrick says that he finds himself watching this instead of studying for soil mechanics.
Wow, that's interesting.
I'll admit my academic focus was not agribusiness, but I did not realize that soil mechanics was a specific course or area of study. So I've learned something today. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah. But we don't want to be responsible if you fail your upcoming test. So, you know, you can always watch this on demand after the fact if you need to do some studying, because we don't recommend bypassing your studies for watching Bowl TV. But we do have a 2-hour break this afternoon, so maybe that's when you can get his studying in.
It's all about efficiency of how you utilize that brain power. Multitasking, right? That's what this current generation of college students can do. Robert Morris is stringing them together again in front of us on the featured pair.
Yeah, not much of a surprise there. Pretty loaded team for Robert Morris. It's a whole bunch of current and past Team USA and Junior Team USA members on that squad. And some very talented players. Cameron Weir, he was honored last night by the coaches in the Night of Champions banquet. I think had quite a few Robert Morris players who earned a little hardware last night. See if I can call up the list here and I can tell you specifically who. Let's see, Robert Morris men. You had Marshall Kent as the player of the year, and you had Kyle King as the first team All-American as well as the Rookie of the Year. And Cameron Weir was a honorable mention All-American. Of course, Marshall Kent also got the Bowling Writers Award as well for Player of the Year. Like a full-blown snowstorm out there now, Jason. Might be a long lunch break if we're stuck in here.
Well,
for somebody who grew up in Florida and lives in Texas, that's a full-blown snowstorm. For you, it might be snow flurries because you're from the north.
Oh,
I see 3 snowflakes and I'm thinking it's a blizzard.
Yeah, Lucas measures accumulation on the car windshield. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
exactly
exactly right.
how most folks from the split time living in the upper Midwest do it, but
You think I'd be used to it after living for 5 years in Wisconsin?
You would think so.
I still panic when I see a snowflake. Just trying to figure out how many NCAA programs we have in the women's field this year, and of course the two that are on our featured pair right now are NCAA schools. We've got Kutztown and Stephen F. Austin.
Almost a real difficult spare conversion there by King for Robert Morris. Didn't quite get the tap.
So then we also have Maryland Eastern Shore and Norfolk State. So that brings us to 4. Sacred Heart makes 5. Wisconsin Whitewater makes 6. So 6 of the 16 teams on the women's side are NCAA programs. I think that just goes to show you the growth of the talent level in NCAA competition. A lot of very talented NCAA programs, and there are a lot of them that choose to just focus on NCAA and not go for the ITC title. They had a nice TV show on ESPNU live last weekend. It was Nebraska taking the title against Vanderbilt. It was a good show. A lot of good shots being made, and pretty entertaining show. I watched the whole thing from start to finish. I think it's the first NCAA show that I've watched start to finish, on my free time. I've attended a couple of the shows before, but it's good stuff. And it's nice to see growth at the NCAA level and seeing them, those teams get even better and better. And having watched them in person many tournaments for the past 3 or 4 years, the talent level is really just going through the roof at the NCAA level.
I think that's really certainly terrific all the way around, seeing great growth and strength at the NCAA programs, the NAIA programs, across the board. The ability of the players when they're arriving in the college programs is improving, and just the coaching network, the type of instruction and improvement that the players are receiving once they arrive at schools is progressively improving, and that's something that is really gratifying to see. Certainly from a USBC standpoint, one of our primary goals is to provide the tools for coaching and instruction at all levels so that we can get more people engaged, and that's a huge measurement is our young athletes coming into college programs with the skills they need to succeed, and it's been apparent that that's happening more and more over the last few years.
I tell you who the big celebrities in town this week are is the Nebraska bowling team. They're getting the star treatment over on campus, and we're staying just a couple of blocks from the Nebraska campus. They had a big press conference on Monday for the Cornhuskers, and then Christine Michelson comes in on Tuesday in the singles event and earns her spot on the TV show, bowls a 300 game in match play and earns a spot on the TV show. So I expect that will help with, not that we have any shortage of attendance for the TV shows at this event, but I think we're going to have a lot of local folks who are going to want to come out and watch Christy bowl the show on Saturday.
Watch her bowl against Wichita.
Yeah, exactly. She's taking on almost the entire Wichita team. The Wichita State women, they won all 4 single spots at their sectional. And then they come in here and 3 of the 4 make the show. And the only reason why they didn't get all 4 is because 2 of them had to bowl each other in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, they could have had a shot to have all 4 on the show, which that would have been unprecedented for sure. Still, 3 of the 4 is pretty unprecedented. It goes to show you how strong the Wichita State women's team is this year.
If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to Bowl TV on YouTube. We have over 13,000 subscribers right now and several million views between the new Bowl TV channel and the old Grow the Sport archive, the Bowl TV archives. Our videos have been watched more than 7 million times. So we put up some stuff that people like to see, and if you subscribe, you'll get an alert when there's been a new video uploaded. So all the highlights from the Open Championships, Masters Queens, other USBC Elite events, and of course, our collegiate events. If you push the subscribe button there on YouTube and join the 13,000 plus others who have decided to keep an eye on what's happening on Bowl TV. Also, Please like us on Facebook. Probably most of you have. We're
almost at 200,000.
Have a pretty strong following. Yeah, we should make the push to eclipse that here during ITCs.
197,788. And I believe it's the largest Facebook page in the bowling industry. I don't have any basis.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, it's just kind of my guess, but. Jason changing the camera and forgetting to take down the graphic. I got the black bar that goes between it that I set up.
You've changed the graphics package on me from last time I was running the controls, Lucas. That's okay. We'll get it. We'll get it figured out.
I thought it looked a little weird if you just had two cameras that were next to each other without anything breaking it up. So it's a little confusing. It's making my head hurt. So I decided to put a black line between them.
So with our men's featured pair wrapped up, we'll just adjust things slightly to keep an eye on just the women.
I see what you were doing there, Jason. You were taking down the set, live set. Hope that everybody will join us for match play this afternoon. That's when it starts to get pretty exciting. Not that this isn't exciting, but match play is always more exciting
Brings
than
it up a
qualifying.
level.
Yeah. That gets started at 4:45 Central Time this afternoon.
Quick glance over at Notre Dame College. Sharing the lanes to the right with William Patterson. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the second set of qualifying here for the 2013 xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Match play to begin later in the day. I'm Jason Overstreet along with Lucas Wiseman. Glad to have you with us on Bowl TV, as we will have live coverage up until the finals, and then coverage moves over to CBS Sports Network. Our women's featured pair just wrapped up before I was able to get a chance to see what their score totals were, but we'll have a rundown of standing scores for everyone shortly.
Yeah, and I told you that there might be a little bit of a delay between games, and it's happening right now. So it might be a couple of minutes before we get our new teams into the featured pairs.
As you mentioned, sometimes things can go a little bit out of whack.
I think we can take a look at the women's standings. Well, no. Let's see here. No, because we got some with 8 games in, some with 7 games in, and some with 6 games in. So that makes it hard to give you the standings. But I'm pretty confident that Maryland Eastern Shore is still leading. Weber second and Wichita third, be my guess. Take a little bonus look at William Patterson, Notre Dame College. They're off to our right. Make sure you check out the live scoring on xbowling.com and download the X-Bowling Tournament Edition app. You can have the live scoring in your pocket all day and all day tomorrow. You can keep an eye on your favorite team, kind of check in and see how they're doing each game. And the link to the lane assignments, brackets, results, live scoring, all right in the link below the video that you're watching. You just got to click on that, and it'll take you to the page that has all that information available. They're just wrapping up game 8 on this pair to our right. Got one more shot for each team here in game 8. I think moving lanes is the great equalizer in pace of play, because those teams that bowl fast end up having to just wait anyways, because the teams that they're going to follow aren't quite done.
So it looks like 2:56 that game for William Patterson, 2:25 for Notre Dame College. And so they will rotate along. If you haven't had a chance to check out the new USBC bowling store, there's a link to the store on the Bowl TV graphic there at the top. You'll see it says Bowl TV, bowl.com on the far right, My Bowling Vacation, and then in the middle is the sports store, which we're relaunching, calling the Bowling Store. A whole new line of merchandise available there. So check out the new USBC bowling store. Various designs of t-shirts and apparel. You can get some Team USA gear, Bowl for the Cure gear, tournament-specific gear as well. Some nice stuff. Everything from USBC shorts to sweatshirts.
Well, Jason, let me tell you who we're going to have for the next games. If you want to update your graphic, you can get ready for that. On the women's side, we're going to have Marion, and we're going to have Pikeville. So Marion and Pikeville coming up on the women's featured pair. And scroll down and take a look at the men on 17 and 18 for round 3. It's Marion and William Penn. So we'll have both Marion teams for you here on the featured pairs. Still waiting on teams to move in. Looks like Pikeville moving in on the women's side, so they should be getting started pretty quick here. They've already got their scoreboard up. And Marion's already ready to go on the women's side. Still waiting for the Marion men to make their way over. William Penn is ready to go. They were just off to the right, so they didn't have to move too far.
So we'll take this moment to thank our title sponsors, xbowling. Proud to have them part of the 2013 xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships, and they are providing live scoring. So if you'd like to follow along with the action on your phone or desktop, download the xbowling app.
Xbowling Tournament Edition app. They've got 2 of them out there. Had some folks
should
get
download
confused,
both.
But yeah, both are good. But
you're
the one,
correct for the live scoring,
yeah.
the tournament app. Thank you for that. The xbowling app itself will be re-released shortly and allow you to compete in all kinds of games and challenges in your bowling center with other xbowling app users around the country.
Yeah, Neil Stremmel and I bowl on the same team in league at the ITRC, and we've got the xbowling set up there. And so Neil and I would do little challenges each week in league, and you have some. The way it works, I'm not sure if they're going to keep it this way, but you have points, and you can bet your points on whether you're going to strike or get a spare. And so we're bowling a sport league, so every time I bet to get a strike, I would get a spare, and every time I bet to get a spare, I would get a strike.
But you ran out of points.
And I ran out of points. So I wasn't very good at it, but it's interesting.
Don't wager points during sport league.
Yeah. It's kind of a cool thing, make your league bowling interactive. You can also bowl against other people, so it's kind of fun. Xbowling Tournament Edition app, though, is the one you want for live scoring from not just this tournament, from the Open and the Women's as well. And I think the one cool thing that I like about the Xbowling Tournament Edition app for the Open Championships is, I'm opening it right now. If you open it and you click on Open Championships, it'll tell you how many balls have been rolled at the Open Championships. And right now, 2,254,671 balls have been rolled at the Open Championships so far this year. So 2.254 million balls have been rolled at the Open Championships. Can you believe that? That's a lot. You rolled a little small number of that, in your 9 games.
I took advantage of rolling 2 for just about every frame, too.
Exactly. Yeah.
I got my money's worth.
Yeah, you probably rolled about 180 balls in the 9 games that you bowled, right? Now, let's see here. 10 times. That's too much math, isn't it? Probably more than that.
So it was probably
10 times.
It was as much poor spare conversions as it was the inability to strike that was my problem. But nobody wants to hear about my bowling.
Sure they do.
No,
That's fun.
I don't think they do. Let's
and then you can embarrass me when I bowl bad.
Yeah, let's just say it will be the
180 balls is probably what you rolled.
Several consecutive years of my losing the Bowl TV announcer sweepstakes.
It's a tough tournament sometimes to bowl well in, but when you do bowl well, it's very rewarding. I think I've bowled the Open Championships. I might be bowling my 15th or 16th time this year, and I think I've only shot over 1,800 once. It seems like I always shoot between about 1,680 and 1,780 every year, which is about on par with my 190 sport average, so I guess I can't really complain.
Yeah, the bowling at the Open Championships is such an amazing experience, and it's such a different feel and venue than anything else that you do in terms of really competition in any other place.
Looks like we're ready to get started here.
I'll tell you one thing that was really great though this year out in Reno is they've built a whole new practice area in the bowling stadium downstairs where the restaurant used to be. Now there's a brand new showcase lanes, 10 lanes that are available, and it's pretty cool because the first day into the city before bowling the Open Championships at the stadium, was able to go over and compete in a 2-game side event to kind of get warmed up, get a feel for things, and I think that made it so that it felt a lot less tight actually, bowling for the main event.
There's no shortage of side event opportunities in the bowling stadium.
It's a whole different experience now in the bowling stadium than it used to be. If you haven't been in a few years, it really is time to take another look. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, not only the stadium, but just how many new things there are around Reno. It really is a whole different place to visit than what many people might recall. And all good improvements.
After 8 games, Robert Morris leading on the men's side 1926, Lindenwood at 1864, and Calumet in third. So if you're just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. It's the qualifying portion of this event. We are in game number 9, which if you're looking at the lane assignment sheet, it'd be round number 3. Got Marion and Pikeville on our women's pair. William Penn and Marion on the men's pair. On the women's side, Maryland Eastern Shore still leading, 1743. Got Weber in second at 1681 and Wichita State in third at 1627. Wisconsin Whitewater fourth and Wright State fifth. That's after 8 games. Standings updated every few games on bowl.com as well. If you want to check that out, just look for the link right below the video you are watching. '24 total Baker qualifying games here today. And then we will start match play this afternoon at approximately 4:45 p.m. Central Time. 2 rounds of match play this evening, and the rest of match play will take place tomorrow leading up to the TV show. We're going to try to make a big push to get as many viewers as possible in match play, so we're going to ask for your help coming up a little bit later. A little bit later today, we're going to ask for your help to get So we're going to ask for everybody's help to try to get as many viewers as possible for the live stream for match play. So be on the lookout for that. We're going to ask you to get on your Twitter and Facebook a little bit later on today and spread the word. Josh mentioning that xbowling is a full shot ahead of the live stream, and yes, that's because the new YouTube setup that allows for you to pick the quality setting as well as the DVR that allows you to rewind is delayed by about a minute or so. So the live stream is actually delayed by about a minute. So that's why you see the live scoring being a little bit faster than the live streaming. Again, live scoring available at xbowling.com. xbowling.com is where you can find live scoring. They're also the title sponsor of the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships. Don't forget to follow xbowling on Twitter as well, at xbowling. Follow USBC at USBC. And if you want to follow me, I'm at Lucas_Wiseman. At Lucas_Wiseman. And I put those Twitter handles in the chat for you, for those of you who are interested in following all of those Twitter feeds. Xbowling pretty active on Twitter. USBC is as well, and I've been known to post a time or two. Again, our featured teams for this set, Marion and Pikeville on the women's side, Marion and William Penn for the men. If you're watching our live streaming, or if you're just kind of listening to the live stream and have it on in the background at work, I know there are some of you out there who are doing that. I want you to come back over to the YouTube window that you're watching, and right below the video, click the like button. Click that like button, and it'll give you the opportunity to share this page, so feel free to do that on Facebook or Twitter. But definitely give us a like. We've got 9 likes and 3 dislikes, so that's a bad ratio of likes to dislikes. So help us get that like number up as much as possible. Gus asking if we're going to be live streaming on Saturday. We will not be live streaming Saturday. That is exclusive for TV. But if you follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, I'll be planning to do some tweeting. So be sure to check out that, and we'll have the scores for you, the results for you on bowl.com as well. I want to thank everybody who clicked that like button. I see that number growing quick. So thank you very much for that. I think we even turned somebody who disliked it into a like. So thank you very much. If you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Lucas Wiseman with you. We're in game number 10 of qualifying on our women's featured pair, and game number 9 wrapping up on the men's pair. William Penn 192 that game. Marion can close with a strike here for 203. Women's side, they're in the 4th frame of game 10. Strike for Marion, that's Zach Hattori, former Junior Team USA member with a strike. As they shoot 203, they finish with the last 4 strikes that game. Live scoring and results available by clicking the link just below the video you're watching. We've got live scoring thanks to xbowling.com. You can follow along any of the pairs in the house and see how your favorite team is scoring here. Our featured pairs are 15 and 16, 17 and 18. So if you want to watch the live scoring while you watch the live streaming, you can keep an eye on the scores. The live scoring is a little bit ahead of the live streaming, about a frame or so. So keep that in mind as you're watching. Thanks to everybody who took the moment to like the video, up to 51 likes, so appreciate that. Went from 9 likes to 51 likes in a snap of a finger, so you guys are great. Thanks for helping us out with that. We are going to ask everybody for their help this afternoon once we get started with match play to try to build up our viewer numbers and ramp it up going into match play when we take it up a level this afternoon at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. Match play will get started here on Bowl TV. 2 rounds of match play this evening and then a full day of match play tomorrow as we will find out who the TV finalists will be. We already know who has advanced to the TV finals for the intercollegiate singles. We have on the women's side, we've got hometown favorite Christy Michelson of Nebraska. She'll be taking on 3 Wichita State bowlers, essentially, in the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Singles Championships TV show. Got Daria Kovalova, Tanya Ramanpur, and Jazriel Tan from Wichita State, who all advanced to the women's show. And on the men's side, Mike Kahn of Morehead State, Brock Finch of Urbana, Ronnie Fujita of Lindenwood, and Aaron Lawrence of Saginaw Valley State all moved on to the men's intercollegiate singles show. And our TV shows are going to be on CBS Sports Network on Friday nights in May at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So you're going to want to make sure that you have CBS Sports Network as part of your television package so that you can watch those shows. And also the PBA is going to be having some broadcasts on CBS Sports Network. So just another reason why you want to make sure that you have that channel on your television package. Some questions in the chat. Josh asking what the pattern is, and that is a good question. I don't have it memorized yet. Let me call it up on my phone here and take a look for you and give you the details on the lane pattern. It is 45 feet and 24.345 mils of oil. Ratio of 2.67 to 1. So it's a sport-compliant pattern. And that's what we're bowling on. Ben asking about what time match play starts. It'll be at 4:45 p.m. this afternoon at Central Time. You can find the schedule and lots of other information about this event at bowl.com/ITC. Bowl.com/ITC. Schedule, program book, results, live scoring, lane assignments, all of that information is right at your fingertips on that page. So here in game 10, Marion has struck through the lineup, front 5. As they have a string of strikes going into the back half of this 10th game. Ask that you please follow us on Twitter at USBC. Also, you can follow xbowling at xbowling. They're very active on Twitter as well. So please follow at xbowling and at USBC. You can also follow me at Lucas_Wiseman. The string of strikes comes to an end for Marion as they leave the split in the 6. 4-6-7 split for Marion. So a nice run of strikes right through the lineup, but comes to an end in the 6th frame. Pikeville and Marion on the women's side finishing up game 10. And one more shot to throw in the 9th frame before they head to the 10th. Robert Morris leading on the men's side 21-17 after 9 games. Lindenwood in second at 20-89. Calumet is in 3rd place on the men's side. give you an update on the women's in just a moment here. As soon as that scoreboard rotates through for me here in the venue. Entertaining signs here in the background for Marion on the women's side. Let's see if I can get a shot of that. It's the most sophisticated sign I've ever seen at a bowling event. And let me see if I can get the graphic down so we can see it. There we go. It's got flashing lights and everything. How about that? You never know what you're going to see at a bowling tournament. All kinds of interesting things going on here. Marion going to finish potentially at 201 if they strike on the fill. Pikeville looking at 181 this game. So maybe the flashing light sign is helping Marion on the women's side. Get them to that 200 threshold this game. See some folks asking in the chat when the TV shows are going to air. And it starts the first Friday in May on CBS Sports Network. It's going to be Friday, May 3rd is going to be the women's singles telecast. May 10th will be the men's singles telecast. May 17th, the women's team. And May 24th, the men's team. And they all will start at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports Network. And they will be, if they do like they did last year, it'll be re-aired quite a few times. So if you miss it, you'll probably be able to catch it again at a later date. 200 on the nose for Marion in Game 10. 181 for Pikeville. Marion men have continued to strike after that little road bump in the 6th. Had that split for the Open, but they could max at 265 this game if they strike out. And William Penn also bowling well. They can get to 245, so a potential high score for both teams here in Game 10 on our men's featured pair. Matt asking who's going to be coming to the featured pairs next. And let me call that up for you. It's the lane assignments are on the link below the video you're watching, but let's see if we can figure it out here. On the women's side, it's going to be Robert Morris and Weber International. And on the men's side, we will have Fresno State and Midland coming to the featured pairs for games 13, 14, 15, and 16. And again, we bowled 24 games of qualifying, and we're just finishing game 10. So we've got a long ways to go here in the qualifying portion of the xBowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. William Penn with the Open in the 9th, so that's going to lower their scoring potential here this game. They can max now at 222. Marion with a double in the 10th. We're going to be in the 260s this game. Just that one open frame keeping us from seeing a 300 game, potentially. So again, just wrapping up game 10 of 24 in qualifying. As soon as we get the update on the standings, we'll let you know. That's still some of the teams finishing up game 10. We're going to have to spot that 4-pin for Pikeville as it spun around and got swept off the deck. There'll be a score correction coming, so they're going to have a little bit of a delay there while they get an official to come down and get that pin respotted. We're also going to have a delay on the men's pair because had a pin fly out and it's rolling around on the lane, on lane number 18. You can probably see it doing circles on the lane. Eventually it'll make its way to the gutter. Yeah, nope, not that time. .264 from Marion. William Penn still one more shot to go here in game 10. They can get to 212. We're going to wait for the John Lucido, our proprietor here at Sun Valley Lanes this week, to run out and grab that pin, put it back in its place. Quickly got that score correction taken care of for the Pikeville women. So smooth operation here at Sun Valley Lanes. Get things done quick. Like to see that. It's a brutal 7-pin there for the Marion women. It's a very good shot. Doesn't quite get the carry though. Ooh, and a missed single pin. So Caitlin Simpson maybe got iced a little bit there on that one and missed it after the delay. If you want to know the lane assignments to help you follow along on the live scoring or the live streaming and see who's going to be on the featured pairs, click that link right below the video and you can click on the qualifying lane assignments. That'll help you to determine when your favorite team might be on the live streaming, and it'll also help you follow along with the live scoring. 212 for William Penn. Looks like Robert Morris still in the lead after 10 on the men's side, with Lindenwood second. And still waiting for a few of the teams to finish game 10 on the women's side before we can give you an update to the standings over there. So Robert Morris leading on the men's side, 23-33. Lindenwood second at 22-81. West Texas A&M third at 22-02. Weber fourth, Midland fifth. Calumet in sixth place. Moorhead seventh. Notre Dame eighth. Fresno State ninth, and McKendree in 10th. William Patterson 11th, St. Ambrose 12th, Florida State 13th, Marion 14th, Mount Mercy in 15th, and William Penn in 16th on the men's side after 10 games. Should be getting an update soon on the women's standings here. If your favorite team doesn't make it on to the live streaming during qualifying, you may see them in match play. Not sure who we're going to have on. Depends on the seeding, but you may see your favorite team in match play as we move along here in this tournament. Maryland Eastern Shore leading the women at 21.94, Weber at 20.71, Wichita State 20.42 is in third, Wright State is in fourth. And the screen flipped before I could give you any more names. And as soon as that rotates through again, I'll give you the full look here. You can also follow along the scores on bowl.com. So after 10, Maryland Eastern Shore first, Weber second, Wichita third, Wright State fourth, McKendree fifth, Pikeville sixth, Lindenwood seventh, Kutztown eighth, Marion ninth, and Wisconsin Whitewater rounds out the top 10. And those standings on bowl.com being updated pretty quickly. They're already updated after 9 games. Stephen F. Austin 11th, Norfolk State 12th, Sacred Heart 13th, Newman 14th, Midland 15th, and Robert Morris in 16th place. .24 games of qualifying, and then we'll seed the teams to the bracket, which will start this afternoon at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. We'll have about a 2-hour break in the middle of the day today, but we're going to ask for everybody's help to ramp up the viewer numbers for that match play this afternoon. I want to try to get over 1,000 viewers. We've been real steady between 400 or 500 today, but for match play, we got to get it up to 1,000. So we're going to ask for your help this afternoon once match play gets started to try to boost those numbers. So stay tuned for that and get your Twitter and your Facebook ready to go here, because we're going to ask for your help a little bit later on this afternoon. And I hope that everybody will cooperate, because it's all about supporting the sport of bowling. You've probably seen that I've been using that hashtag on a lot of my Twitter posts lately, hashtag support bowling. So we're going to ask you to support bowling this afternoon and tomorrow, and spread the word about the live streaming here on Bowl TV, because these college bowlers deserve a big audience. So let's try to give it to them. So stay tuned for that this afternoon. Match play always exciting at this tournament, and hopefully we'll have some great close matches for you this afternoon, and a full day of match play tomorrow. So lots of action coming up today and tomorrow. And if you want to find our full live stream schedule, go to bowl.com/livestream. Bowl.com/livestream. Lots of great events from the Open Championships out there. In Reno, Women's Championships will have some live streams as well. So you'll be able to check out our full schedule at bowl.com/livestream. Game 11 for the Marion women, 201. For the Pikeville women, 216. Strike to start this game number 12 for Pikeville. Once we get to the end of game 12, we'll be at the halfway point of qualifying. It's a long day of qualifying. 24 games of Baker competition. Takes a while to bowl. And then match play will get started this evening. They are best of 7 matches. Coming up next game here on the featured pairs. Of course, I just closed my window that had it on it, so let me call that back up. But our next set is going to be round 4 if you're looking at the document that has the qualifying schedule on it. And for the women, we're going to have Robert Morris and Weber International. And then in round 5, on the women's pair, it's going to be Newman and Wisconsin Whitewater, and then round 6 is a position round. And then on the men's side for the next set, it's going to be Fresno State and Midland, and for round 5, it'll be Calumet and Lindenwood, and then of course a position round for round 6. We'll have the first and second place teams for both the men and the women on the featured pairs for that position round. The last 4 games. So be on the lookout for that. Question in chat if it's all Baker competition. It is. All Baker for this tournament. 220 for William Penn that game, so nice game for them. And Marion just getting ready to start the 10th frame here, can max at 179. Oof. Pocket 7-10 split for Zach Hattori. And that means they're going to be in the 150s this game. So it looks like an open frame potentially coming here for Marion, unless Zach Hattori can make a little magic happen and make this 7-10 split. Let's see what happens here. He's not going to get any of them. So it's an open frame in the 10th. They shoot 155 in that game. as they gear up for game 12. Watching live coverage of the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. Be sure to download the X-Bowling Tournament Edition app for live scoring. Thanks to everybody who liked our broadcast here this morning. Appreciate that. 68 likes. That's way better than the 9 that we had earlier. So thank you, everybody, for clicking the like button. If you haven't done it yet, just pull up the YouTube window if you've got it minimized and click like underneath the video and support our broadcast. Split conversion there for William Penn in the second. Picks up the split in the second frame. William Penn with a single pin on the deck, and Marion has started with the front 3 this game. I just put the Wiseman jinx on him. Big split in the 4th. Sorry about that, guys. Only a couple of, let's see, 3 frames left, 3.5 frames left on our women's pair here in game 12, and then we'll have some new teams moving over for games 13, 14, 15, and 16. About halfway through the 12th game now in the men's pair. Give you an update on the standings here in just a moment. So on the men's side, after 11 games, Robert Morris, 25-89, in the lead by more than 100 over Lindenwood. Lindenwood second, Calumet third, Weber fourth, West Texas is fifth, Midland sixth, Morehead State seventh, Notre Dame eighth, McKendree ninth, and Fresno State rounds out the top 10 after 11 games. So we'll give you an update on the women here in just a moment, as they have all finished game number 11 now. Robert Morris and Stephen F. Austin just finished. There is going to be a delay, it looks like, on the women's pair before we get started with the next round of games, because Robert Morris is off to the left, and they've just started game 12, so they're about 9 frames behind. On the women's side, Maryland Eastern Shore still leading, and they lead now by more than 100 pins over Weber International. Wichita State third, Lindenwood fourth, Pikeville fifth, Wright State sixth, McKendree seventh, Wisconsin Whitewater eighth, Kutztown ninth, and Marion rounds out the top 10. William Penn has managed to string some strikes together. They've got 4 in a row after a little bit of a bumpy start to this game. There's a strike for a 5-bagger. Pikeville with a double in the 10th. That'll get them into the 180s. Fill ball for Pikeville. There's a strike. Bringing the sub. She gets the strike. 183 for them here in game 12. William Penn trying to keep it going. And they do with the strike for 6 in a row. There's a double from Marion in the 8th frame on the men's side. Marion women with a strike in the 10th. They can get to 175 this game. Just tuning in, watching qualifying. We're at about the halfway point of qualifying here at the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships, finishing up game 12 of 24. William Penn trying to keep the string going into the 10th, and it's a ring 10. So 6-bagger and a ring 10. They're going to be in the 230s this game if they cover up the spare. .165 for the Marion women that game. So like I said, there's going to be a little bit of a delay between the end of this game and the start of the next game. I think maybe we could go full screen to the men since the women are going to be done for a while. Jason coming back just in time.
Glad to be able to help out.
Yeah, there's going to be about a half a game delay before they start on 15 and 16 again because Robert Morris is moving over and they're just in the 5th frame of game 12 right now. 2:33 for William Penn, so a nice game for them. Marion can max at 2:07 if Zach can strike out here in the 10th. Well, Jason, while you were gone, I was able to convince our viewers to raise our number of likes on this video from 9 to 82, so that's pretty good.
All right, congratulations.
I always like to try to get as many likes as possible. We had 9 likes and 3 dislikes, which is a pretty bad like to dislike ratio.
Oh, wow,
so
yeah.
Now it's flipped to 82 likes and 3 dislikes. As we're wrapping up game 12 and going to take us to the halfway point of qualifying. Jason, I'm going to let you take the reins for a few minutes here. And I'm going to step away and take care of some other business.
Okay, Lucas, I appreciate it. I know that you've kept everyone well informed of the action. In case Lucas didn't mention, the Statesman of William Penn with a 2:33 this game. Waiting for a respot here on 18 so that Marion can finish up. As we wait, switch cameras and take a look down towards the high end of the center. Perhaps maybe a glimpse of some people that you may know on other teams. Once again, you're watching the 2013 xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here live on Bowl TV. Appreciate everyone being with us. More information about this event can be found on bowl.com. 7-pin is back up, and unfortunately an open frame there in the 10th. So a 186 for Marion. As we wait for our next set of teams to rotate in, I'd like to welcome in another guest to join us. Chad Murphy is the Managing Director of the International Bowling Campus Youth Development Program. He is the gentleman who is executive in charge of collegiate bowling and all the youth programs. He's been instrumental in the creation of the Yes Fund as well as the USA Bowling Program, which is a great new format of youth events that are designed to get kids bowling like a team and headed in the direction of a place like this, the collegiate level. Chad, glad you could join us.
Thanks for having me, Jason. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. Looks like a great morning. This place is packed.
It really is a full house. As we turn the camera, you see the tripod a little bit in the way, but we got folks standing up as high as they can get all the way in the back for a glimpse of the action, and bleachers are full, and about as many folks as you can fit into a standard bowling center, and a lot of energy here. There's really nothing else like the Intercollegiate Team Championships.
As I always say, this is, in fact, the best thing that bowling has to offer as a sport. It's just wonderful, and weeks like this really prove it out. You talked a little bit about that USA Bowling Program. That's kind of what we're trying to do there, is basically take the collegiate model and move it down for the little kids, get them excited, bowling as a team. Just like out here, having a coach direct them and get them ready to bowl in high school, and then here at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. It's just it's a pretty easy thing to get your head wrapped around if you can really think about it, but if you spend any time at a collegiate tournament, this is the way to go, so it's pretty easy to think and talk about.
You can find some more information on that program by visiting bowl.com, and certainly ask your center manager about the USA Bowling League. We'd love to get more of those programs out there, and they've been very successful. The kids enjoy it. It gets more of the volunteers involved, and it's really fun for all.
Looks like.
Go ahead, Chad.
Looks like they're striking them up a little bit this morning.
Yeah,
Robert Morris is showing why they are, in fact, or have been the #1 team in the country this season. So that was kind of a lot of the fun. I actually was doing some work this morning watching you guys back at the hotel room on the live stream, so that's kind of fun.
The scoring pace, certainly on the guys' side, has been fast and furious. A lot of strikes to be seen back at home, and you know, that's interesting how the scores and the nerves can be very different here in this qualifying portion compared to when match play starts in a little while.
Yeah, the one thing I kind of like about this format a lot, and you know, Gary Brown is obviously central. He's our director of collegiate tournaments for the campus youth team, and you know, there's a lot of folks that think that things could be expanded or moved, and there's lots of ways. And I always say, you know, if you've got a good opinion about college bowling, you're probably right, because there's really no wrong way to do it. But the one thing that I really like about this part of the event is that, you know, the coaches are moving all their kids in. They're able to play more players. Every shot isn't as impactful as they will be tonight. They'll change balls. They'll move around. They'll look at every aspect of this lane that they're competing on and the pattern. And then, you know, later this afternoon, they'll make some decisions about, you know, their 8 players will turn into 5 that'll have to perform. And while they are playing for seating in position, I think this is an integral part of the process, kind of like a you know, practice round in golf or even in basketball when they come in and get used to the arena before they actually play a game. Each one of the NCAA tournament teams has a practice, you know, inside the facility, so you can get used to the gym, and everything goes with that. It's just part of athlete development, and I just think it's wonderful, and I love it. And obviously, when you look around, even though I say that it's not as stressful as it will be this evening, they're still under some stress. Obviously, they're working towards playing time and thinking about how they're going to do it this afternoon. So just another good design in thinking about the competition.
I asked Lucas this question earlier today, and be curious to know your thoughts. You've been around this a lot. How important is the qualifying and setting the stage for the match play, or is it really not much more than, as you said, a walkthrough that slightly affects who you start off against?
Well, you know, the Baker is it's the ultimate, you know, kind of level playing field. So, you know when you get in those matches, you're going to have, you know, guys that can strike and women that can strike towards the end of games, and placing those competitors in the right strategic places within the game is huge. So, yeah, you want a high seating. You know, you want to bowl somebody at the bottom end of the bracket and the way they lay in there. But, you know, as somebody thinking about the strategy, I think this is just more about finding out who's stronger, and then those role players. The biggest piece of the Baker system is that, you know, your best player only gets to bowl 2 frames. So having those best players in the right spots, and it's more about finding where your doubles are and where your triples are going to be, and then putting the kids who aren't as lined up but that maybe can contribute in the right places. So I think that's a big piece of this. I don't think you ask any of the coaches, I don't think anybody would say, you know, I don't really pay attention to the pinfall because the seating's not important, because I think it is. But I think this is more about, you know, information and setting up call it a business plan, if you will, for the competition later today.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the players and the individuals involved here in the competition. We don't talk all that much about the coaches. Now, clearly coaching a collegiate program has a whole lot involved as coaching at any level would, whether it be, you know, managing personalities, teaching mechanics, but also I think when you get here, there can be some game day management involved.
Oh, there's no doubt. They're working on the fly, and for the most part, they're working without a net. I mean, they know their players. These guys are well practiced. They've been doing it. One of the interesting things I saw at the banquet last night was one of the awards for the coaching had, I believe, 3 finalists that were former players, and you see more and more of that. guys that were bowlers out here are now coaches, so they've been through this process. They know it, they see it. But game day is something completely different. I think any coach in any area of sport would tell you you can practice and practice and practice. When you get to game day, it's strategy, decisions, and execution. So I do think it's a big part of it. But the other thing I would say about the coaching too, there's been some wonderful college coaches in the past. I mean, there's some great history, the Herm Helmers and all that came with that. But I just am amazed at how much it improves over and over. Each year it seems like there's somebody new coaching in the collegiate ranks that just improves the talent when they go and try and improve these kids. And it's important, and they are athletes, and they're making them better bowlers, but they're making them stronger people too for after this collegiate experience. So the coaching is a huge aspect of this. One of the other things that I would throw out there too, it's interesting too, because you see some coaches that are just so ingrained, every shot, every ball, every hand position, and then you've got other coaches that are, pretty detailed in the back and not necessarily riding along, but really only getting involved if the ship is somewhat going down, and then they move in and try to help it. But coaching is a big part of this. It's a big part of our sport, even our game. When you really think about it, it's an important aspect.
Well, resetting the teams on our featured pair for this set, we have Cal State Fresno and Midland on the men's side. While over on the women's side, it's Robert Morris and the defending champions, Weber International. Men a little bit ahead of the women in terms of their pace of play. It'll be fun to see how it all comes together ahead of the televised finals. CBS Sports Network once again, the home for the Intercollegiate Team Championships. This year, the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. We'll also have the xbowling Intercollegiate Singles Championships, and all of those televised finals will air throughout the month of May on Fridays. So it gives you a little bit of time to be able to get in touch with your local provider and make sure that you have CBS Sports Network as a part of your channel lineup at home.
Can't wait for Saturday. When you look at that, I think one of the interesting storylines of the singles is, on the ladies' side, with the 3 Wichita Staters and the 1 Nebraska, 2, storied collegiate bowling programs. Historically on the team side, and singles wasn't as important for years, and now you see those programs competing at a high level. We had a young lady from Elise Bolton from Nebraska last year, and obviously with those 2 programs, it's going to be a packed house in here on Saturday. So really looking forward to that. Can't wait. We're excited about our partners at CBS Network, Sports Network. X-bowling, collegiate bowling is just continuing to evolve over time, and it's just wonderful to see, and we can't wait to crown 4 champions on Saturday. I know our whole staff is looking forward to it.
Often we get folks that are watching the Bowl TV broadcast that are either in high school or perhaps parents or maybe even folks that may be attending universities and colleges that don't have bowling programs and are interested in knowing how they can be a part of it. What's the best step for people at the grassroots level that want to join or find a way in to be able to try to accomplish that?
Well, I think it's like anything else. You're choosing a college based on academia for the most part. But if you are looking for bowling and that's where you want to tie both together, there's 194 schools that offer bowling on our piece of the industry. There's 63 schools at the NCAA level that are recognized on their varsity piece of their national championships on the ladies' side. If you're looking at a school or you're thinking about it, the easiest way is certainly to contact the schools. But if there is a gray area at all or you're not understanding, give us a call, and we will certainly work anyone through the process of finding a coach. There are some other great ways to find coaches. The Junior Gold program is a wonderful way. We have a collegiate experience as part of that program at our national tournament, so the kids and their parents mingle with the college coaches that are on site. The bowling combine down at the ITRC engages coaches on a on a one-on-one level with the skill base that the kids go through as athletes, and that information is shared with college coaches. The ways to find these and pair kids up with these college coaches is just expanding over time, and I think that's also wonderful. And that's why you'll see more and more schools pick up bowling in the future, because it's just getting easier and easier to find the kids. And quite honestly, the talent pool's deeper. There's more kids that are, competing, and that's a real, the secret sauce to that, I think, is obviously the coaching that goes on in the field, but also programs like Junior Gold. That program is developing those kids at a high level to play on the Junior Team USAs of the world, and making it possible to get them enough experience so that they can come into an environment like this and be successful right out of the gate. But again, I think it's easier and easier, but if you don't know and you're out there and you don't know, give us a call at the IBC Youth Department. Send me an email at cmurphy@ibcuyouth.com, and we will certainly help with that process.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that we want everyone to be aware of, and that's that USBC and the International Bowling Campus, headquartered in Arlington, Texas, is here for you. We are here to try to make it as easy as possible to be able to facilitate new high school programs, new collegiate programs, or provide any answers that we can in support of youth bowling, even for the younger kids, the USA Bowling program. So you can find all the contact information on bowl.com. And again, it's our pleasure to be able to assist it, because really having more kids bowling is such an important mission of ours. And it's gratifying to be able to see some of the fruits of that at the collegiate level when you have these terrific kids come in prepared. And Chad mentioned the Junior Gold, a recent addition to the Junior Gold Championships, the North Point Championships, is the multiple age division, so that we have the under 15 division, which has really had a lot of interest, a lot of popularity, went extremely well last year, and I know is growing for this year's championships. And so what used to be a high-level national tournament that was geared toward the older kids is really turning into something that can be for many different age ranges. You can have brothers, sisters, the whole family can go there and have something to do between the Junior Gold and Youth Open, and we're really excited to be able to continue to offer more opportunities.
Yeah, and again, I always talk about that athlete development, developing the pipeline of kids. And thanks to the folks at YABA and Jim Zebehazy, they just built an amazing piece with Junior Gold, and it's been successful for a number of years. North Point Insurance is now our title sponsor and our presenting sponsors at Ebonite International with Ebonite Columbia 300 track and hammer bowling. And you'll see more things from us there in the future. It doesn't stop with a U15 division. We want those younger kids to be involved in that type of programming too. Our new season kicks off May 1, and you'll see a couple interesting changes into that program. We want to get younger. We want to have kids bowling in their own age divisions, peer-to-peer competition, to where they can develop up the ladder. So, I think you'll see a U12 type positioning in there. And I'm looking forward to the day when it's all in place, so a 10-year-old can start in that program and do very well in 3 different divisions over a 10-year period. And think of the amount of scholarship money that a young man or a young lady will earn to further their college education to what ultimately they will be in life. And I think that's a big piece of this too.
Yeah, it's a change in mindset for some people in bowling, but I think it's a change that a lot of young people really embrace. Some of the older generation are having to, change their perspective on it. But the whole idea that a 10-year-old shouldn't be bowling against an 18-year-old with 60 pins of handicap, and that is a competition that's of any meaning to either group. Really, that it's kind of like, if we'd like to use analogies for other sports. I mean, you don't have a little leaguer playing against in the Babe Ruth or a high school league and tell the high schooler to run around the bases 8 times in order to score. It's just it sounds absurd, but that's what has happened in youth bowling leagues for many years. And so making a shift so that kids in their age group bowl against each other, but then there are no artificial handicaps, impediments, or barriers to try to equalize the competition. It's just a fair skill competition of kids of common age, and that's what they're accustomed to, and frankly, that's what they want.
Yeah, they do. And you do any research on extracurricular activities, and that's what sports are. Kids today, they spend time in school, they spend time with their families, and they spend time doing extracurricular activities. And the three things that stand out are obviously they want to have fun, peer-to-peer interaction, and they want to increase self-confidence and self-worth. And one way to do that is obviously to put them on the same level with their own ages. I think it's important long term. I will tell you that bowling thrived for a number of years with the handicap system, and still will. What we're trying to do is separate the two pieces. We're always going to have a recreational side of this game, and we should, those rec leagues. But other sports have evolved over time and will continue to do that. But it's not as simple as just having a recreational side of the sport. You used to play rec league baseball, and then there was maybe an all-star program. And now there's a rec league, an all-star select, all the way to the Little League World Series model. And what we're trying to do with some of the, kind of smaller changes is we're trying to build some of that into bowling to where you have the rec league on Saturday mornings, but then you step up to a USA type program with more skill instruction and fun. But it's a scratch-based competition, total pinfall, 4 or 5 people on a team bowling against each other, and there's no handicap piece as part of it. And I think it's important for us long term. And I say this all the time, we're not walking away from our past. Recreational bowling, leagues, kids moving up into handicap leagues, as adults will always be part of our system. But we feel like if we can grow both the recreation and the sports side, our sport will start to grow organically again, and instead of experiencing some of the decline. When I was a kid, and I know when you were, Jason, too, there were a lot of scratch leagues out there. Adults were bowling Wednesday nights. In some cases, the male or the father was bowling in a scratch league on Wednesday nights and bowling in a mixed handicap league with his wife on Friday nights. And those scratch leagues went away, and some of the folks went away, and we feel like if we can build, some of those pieces back in, and I think if you asked anybody that was bowling here out in front of us today, I think everybody in this building would want to bowl in some sort of a scratch league. But for the most part, within our game today, all of these folks will be landing in a handicap league. So the goal isn't necessarily and isn't to eliminate the handicap system, it's to promote both. And that's an important piece as we move forward. And it's a message that, certainly hasn't resonated. There's a whole lot of folks in the field that quite honestly, in some cases, they think we're trying to kill youth bowling. But that's not the case. We're trying to support what's in place, but also build towards the future, and I think we can do that successfully.
Visiting with Chad Murphy. He is the Managing Director of Youth Development at the International Bowling Campus and the executive who oversees the youth programs throughout the nation. Checking the scores in front of us. Weber women, the 193, 10th frame now for Robert Morris. Phil shot coming, and they're going to be in the 150s this game. You can find scores on bowl.com. There's a link underneath the video for results and live scoring. Also, please download the tournament edition of xbowling. Just search for xbowling in the App Store for either Apple or Android devices, and that will allow you to take a look at things in real time. So you don't need to wait for a scoring recap from me, Chad, or Lucas. You can just watch the live streaming, see who's on the featured pair, and then keep up with the scores either here in front of us or on any other pair in the bowling center right there in the palm of your hand.
Looks like the boys are starting to migrate in a little bit. One of the things that we were trying to do in creating the pattern this year is get the lane to hold up a little longer. We had them on the left gutter pretty quick last year, and it looks like from watching these guys out in front of us, there's a few of them that are still playing in the 15-16 range, but the guys are starting to migrate into the fourth and a little deeper, which is nice to see. They're playing multiple parts of the lane this year rather than, say, one part of the lane, which, we'll get to see some skill over time, especially when we get into the matches.
Now, I don't know how much Lucas had a chance to discuss lane pattern, but what went into your input as far as the pattern for this event? Because I know that it's a tricky balance that try and take strategically and working in conjunction with Kegel. John Janowitz, a well-known Team USA bowler, is here taking care of the lane maintenance for us, of wanting a pattern that suits well for a lot of games during the qualifying and match play, but also one that is well suited for the telecast, because the last thing you want, and I know that you saw this a lot in your involvement with PBA broadcasts as well, Chad, that get to the TV time and all of a sudden the pattern is playing drastically different, or is not quite what it was before, and that doesn't give a good representation of the competition.
Yeah, the lights have a big factor once you get to TV. There's no doubt that it's a factor. Quite honestly, we didn't have a whole lot of input into the pattern. We work with Herman Glenn and Neil Strimmel's group, down at USBC on the governing body side, and they kind of ask us where we'd like the scores to be, and some questions about how we'd like the kids to play, and this is, it's bowling, so lane patterns are a hot button topic. I mean, everybody wants to certainly maintain the integrity of the game, which is important, and we certainly believe in that too. But the one thing I always like to promote is that multiple styles, multiple different angles are played. I don't necessarily, think somebody should be playing 5 and 25 and able to strike. Obviously, that's a pretty walled or easier situation. But the style of the player, needs to be a part of the competition. So they need to have to play a little bit straighter or not take up so much of the lane. And then maybe as the lane breaks down, they cover some boards. But both pieces of the game are a part of it rather than just one. And that's what we were trying to do this year a little more. The patterns are a little bit longer, which, anytime you do that, you're certainly going to see a little more hold down the lane, and the score is a little higher. But I think once we get to the TV show, but really once we get to this afternoon, it'll be interesting to see how they break down, because obviously some of the strategy in these events is how the coaches break them down during practice, and the coaches instructing their players the surface that are used on the bowling ball. So we felt like a little longer oil might get us a little more different angles being played, and it looks like it's playing out like that. Like I said just a minute ago, the guys are starting to migrate in, which they would. We're halfway through, so they've got basically 12 games left. They should be migrating in at this point, but not too quick this year, which makes it a little bit different.
The Weber women on a nice streak here as they open this game with spare 4-bagger. Defending champs, putting on a nice display.
Yeah, and that was a lot of fun last year watching Weber win both the men's and the women's. Just electric, obviously, in here, and they competed at such a high level. But those TV shows are just an example, going back to the pattern. These kids bowling on those TV shows are probably under the most pressure that they've ever really seen or been a part of. As those TV shows progress, they get one shot every, call it, 15 minutes or so. So they've got to figure out how they're going to handle that and the pressure of it. And so naturally, from that, you already have a tougher environment than they're used to. So then, how you build the pattern and how you make the pattern is going to determine the scoring pace. And it's a big piece of it, and it's a fine line to draw without a doubt. But we feel like we've maintained the integrity of the game this year. The competition, it's still sport compliant, but a few more angles being played.
10th frame for Fresno with 224 max. If their anchor bowler can put together a couple of more. You mentioned the difference between bowling on TV and bowling and match player qualifying without those lights and without those cameras. For those of you at home that have never attended a telecast event, I really encourage you to do it, because it gives a whole nother appreciation. You can imagine just the nerves in general of being in a once-in-a-lifetime situation, but what you really can't imagine is just what a completely different feel it is in terms of what you see, what the sounds are, what the pace is. It really is just so different, and being able to adjust to that is no easy task, even for the professionals, let alone a college student facing it for the first time without the luxury of even bowling a full game.
Yeah, one quick story that kind of relates, but I bowled on a fairly successful World Team Challenge team for a number of years, and the first time I bowled on TV was certainly nerve-wracking. Wasn't really prepared for it, but I was bowling with the gentleman I think a lot of the viewers will know. His name was Steve Klumpkin. He works for Storm Products out in Utah. And I was bowling with Steve, and I asked him, I said, what's it like? I mean, he had a lot more experience than I did, and he said, just prepare yourself for what you hear. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? And he said, for the first time ever, you will be able to hear your feet shuffle through the approach. And he was definitely trying to help me, but pretty much scared me to death with that. But it's amazing. You talked about it just a second ago about the things that you hear. It's a completely quiet environment, so you'll hear things that you never have before. In this environment today, with all these kids, bowling, and all these parents and fans and us sitting here, they would never be able to hear something like that. So it's just every little piece of it is significantly different. But you grow from it, and these kids will too. And that's why when you see folks repeat on these shows, I think they perform better over time. It's like anything else. You learn and adapt and learn and adapt, and bowling is no different in that area.
I think no coincidence that Weber took home the titles for that reason. Both having had players, from on the men's side, if I'm not mistaken, it was their second consecutive year on TV, and the women had been on before, and so to be able to have some familiarity in that environment really does make a difference. And I think that's also where having some leadership on the team and coaches to be able to help focus that and not have it be overwhelming or those distractions. As you mentioned, we've all bowled in tournaments. We're all accustomed to stuff going around, and kind of the white noise of a bowling center to a bowler is comfortable. Yeah. It's almost like the soothing noise for a baby. But then all of a sudden, when that's all gone, it is too quiet. You hear somebody coughing or something of that nature, and it's a whole nother ballgame.
I liken it to a guy that shoots a free throw in a basketball game. There's nothing like that. It seems like it would be a very simple process. One guy, nobody in front of him, a women's college player, the same thing, but it's a little bit nerve-wracking. But your point about Newman is valid, and it kind of takes me back to the coaching. Randy Stoughton and Del Warren, massive amount of experience in the industry. Randy spent years out on the PBA Tour working with the players in those high-pressure cooker environments, and of course Del bowled in those environments, so he knows exactly what it's like. So there's two examples where the coaching is a big piece of that, and you saw that all come together last year with the school winning both sides.
Weber taking both championships last year and trying to defend. They have a strong team again, but there are several teams here that certainly have the talent to be able to do it, and in the match play format, it's really going to be fun because there is a lot of emotion, and the excitement level gets quite high.
Looking forward to getting it started this afternoon. I have it in my head. I was talking to the guys from xbowling last night, and Robert Morris on the men's side is so talented, and the Wichita State ladies on the ladies side again, so talented. Maryland Eastern Shore on that side. I'm interested to see if there's a little bit of a dark horse in this year's event. Lucas, are you wired in? No. I just think it'll be interesting to see how some of it plays out this afternoon. You can see from the scores that Robert Morris is highly talented with all the Team USA experience, but I'm looking for somebody to kind of come out of nowhere this year, make that show, and be successful.
Well, if you recall, the team in front of us right now on the men's side, Fresno State from a couple of years ago, was not necessarily one of the odds-on favorites and was up against the wall within just what I think down 3-1 as I recall to Wichita, and really just kind of left for dead and just presumed to be steamrolled along Wichita's run to the finals, and came back and won, and then parlayed that all the way into a national championship. And so it certainly resumes and experience alone do not get you there in this format. So it can be, and there is no team that's here that survived getting through the sectional process that doesn't have the talent level to compete in a match play situation.
And I think one of the phrases that I've always loved for a number of years is that passion beats talent, and that Fresno State team, man, they were all heart. When you watch that and you saw what they were doing, they just kind of willed themselves to victory. They're certainly talented, and I think when you match a certain level of passion with talent, that's when greatness happens. And I think that's what we saw with that Fresno State team. They just literally willed themselves to victory in that setting, and it was really fun to watch. But again, one of the great kind of nuances of bowling in that Baker system, that 5 guys, if you will, rowing in the same direction, thinking about it similarly and working towards that common goal. There just aren't any individual standouts in that type of piece, and really fun to watch. And I look forward to those matches later this afternoon and tomorrow. I was telling my wife, I won't miss 1 minute of that, because it's just one of the funnest parts of the year.
Well, and it's just, what's the psyche of the team? I mean, it's so easy to analyze talent, almost easier than it is to analyze intangibles. And that Fresno team had a certain psychological makeup collectively to where they just were able to really focus in a unique way and get positive momentum going quickly, and were not fazed by being on the brink of elimination. And that's rare, and that is often the difference between success and failure here, because the teams that you're going to have some teams sometimes that jump out and get hot, and if that team's psyche, for whatever reason, is not resilient enough, that's when more talented teams can exit.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And honestly, it doesn't matter how talented you are in these settings. When you get in those Baker games and the pressure starts to get high and the intensity starts to ramp up, how you breathe becomes important in a lot of cases, and how your adrenaline is pumping through all of those things, and then being able to control that and make a shot. I've said for years that I thought one of the most unique things about bowling, and one of the things that I really kind of appreciated when I was tour repping out on tour, was that one guy or woman standing on that lane needing a strike to win. And in most cases, unlike other sports, in a lot of those cases within bowling, those folks are earning, they're living in those situations, so the pressure's even higher. But nothing more intense than bowling with a group of guys or ladies and trying to win a national championship. So when you think about the pressure and the intensity in that piece, or that second, or that instance, it's just incredible to see folks perform in those environments.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2013 X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. I'm Jason Overstreet, and you've been listening to Chad Murphy, the Managing Director of Youth Development. Have some scores here wrapping up on our featured pair, the Weber National Women with a 213, and Robert Morris with that additional pin in the fill shot is a 205. Again, we're going through the qualifying portion of the event, and later this afternoon will be when the brackets are set. 16 teams on each division will be paired up and start going head-to-head.
Yeah, hey, Jason, I'm going to step out and hand this back over to Lucas, if that's okay. But before I go, and I'll certainly, hopefully, maybe step back in later at some point in time, but I just want to encourage everybody to download that X-Bowling app. That is an amazing technology that I think is going to be a wonderful piece of bowling moving forward for casual bowlers, lifetime bowlers. There's something in there for just about everybody. Score tracking. Obviously, there's a tournament app for this event, but moving forward, make sure you check back in with the X-Bowling folks. They are really engaging in our sport, and they believe in it long term, and we just couldn't be happier to have them as the umbrella sponsor for the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships and also the singles. So all you listeners out there, check it out. It's some really exciting stuff. And after you download it and take a look, go to your local center and let them know how cool it is, and ask them if they're involved in the X-Bowling network. The faster that we can get centers to activate into that program, the better our sport will be progressing long term. But I appreciate you guys letting me sit in for a little while, and have a great day, and we'll see you later.
All right, thanks for joining us, Chad Murphy, Managing Director of Youth Development. Glad to have you along, and certainly echo what Chad said about xbowling, and it costs centers nothing to install. All you have to do is get in touch with the xbowling team, and xbowling will work with a center in your area to be able to make sure that the technology is available.
So all of the women's teams have finished 14 games now. Maryland Eastern Shore still in the lead at 3,083. Weber is second at 29-26. Wichita State third, Lindenwood fourth, McKendree fifth, Pikeville sixth, Stephen F. Austin in seventh, Wisconsin Whitewater eighth, Sacred Heart ninth, and Wright State in 10th. I think the biggest surprises in the women's standings for me come at the bottom, where Robert Morris, the top-ranked team in the country, is number 14 here in qualifying so far, and Midland, which is another one of the top-ranked teams in the country, in 15th place. And we talk about the potential for anybody to beat anybody in match play. Well, if you're at the top of the standings and you have to take on either Robert Morris or Midland, that's not going to be a very easy draw. So it could be a tough draw for some of the teams that are in the top 3 or 4 if that kind of pace maintains itself. On the men's side, we've got Robert Morris leading by a wide margin over Lindenwood. Notre Dame third, Calumet fourth, West Texas in fifth, Florida State sixth, Midland seventh, Weber in eighth. And they have finished 14 games on the men's side as well. So you can find all the standings at bowl.com/ITC or on the link right below the video you're watching if you want to find the link to the results, or also to the live scoring on xbowling.com. You can do that as well.
Well, during our broadcast, we try and tell you about programs that we think might be of interest to our listeners. And one of the programs we've been really excited about over the last few years has been the Bowling Combine. It's a really unique event. To visit with Lucas and share some more details with everyone about that.
Thanks, Jason. And Brian O'Keefe joining us now. Good afternoon, Brian.
Hello, Mr. Lucas. Thanks for having me.
Brian, assistant coach for Team USA and at the International Training and Research Center, and you guys have the big bowling combine coming up again this fall, and I know that you're anxious to get as many high-quality caliber bowlers as possible to apply, and you have to apply. That's the key to take part in the bowling combine. So why don't you just walk us through the process of how somebody could get into the bowling combine, how that works, and where they can get information on it.
Sure. So, we're going on our 3rd season already, how time flies. We continue to grow year after year, and this year the qualification process is you have to have completed your freshman year of high school in order to apply. So sophomores, juniors, and seniors are eligible, or if you still have college eligibility. So if you're a little older, let's say you graduated a few years ago, but you're looking to go back to school and want to participate in the college bowling program, you are also free to apply. You can apply at bowl.com/combine or at Bowling ITRC and click on the Combine tab at the top of the page. So we're really excited for it again. The dates this year are August 6th through the 10th. The boys are going to be taking place the first half of the Combine with the girls following it. So what we do is we kind of butt them up against each other, Lucas, to where the boys' Combine will take place from the 6th through the 8th and half a day on the 8th, and then the girls will be on the other half of the 8th through the 10th.
And Brian, talk a little bit about what kind of qualifications you look into when you are going through the applications. And again, you have to apply to be a part, and then there's a selection process because there's limited space. What kind of things do you guys look at when determining who gets into the bowling combine?
Yeah, each year we try and make it. We're trying to make it a little more detailed every year how the application looks online. Like you mentioned, Lucas, the application deadline is May 12th. So if you're interested out there, or if anybody listening has some high school friends, or maybe some coaches out there are listening that are looking, that you know of some kids that you think would be a good fit for the event. But what we're trying to do is, make it as well versed as possible, both athletically in terms of their bowling skill, but also academically. So we look at GPA, we look at if you've taken the SAT or the ACT. For any international players that are interested, we look at the TOEFL score if you have that available, and then also some accomplishments both academically and also in the bowling realm. So within the application process, we ask for your top 3 sort of bowling accomplishments, and then also your top 3 academic accomplishments as well. So we're trying to branch it off, and because just as important as how you can bowl is whether or not you're going to be able to do well in school. So, and the coaches obviously care a lot about that side. So we try and give them as much information as possible before they even arrive for the combine, so we can have all of the bios and everything of the players who were selected to participate ready for when the coaches get there.
So Brian, you're trying to convince me, if I'm a high school bowler or high school parent, to go and take part in this bowling combine. What are the odds that I'm actually going to get on a college team? Do you have any stats or anything that show any sort of percentages of how many people make it onto a college team from this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Lucas. Obviously, 2011 was our first year, so we're starting to get some data in from kids that were seniors in 2011, or kids who had already graduated but still had college eligibility. And the numbers are pretty good. We had 56% of that 2011 class are now on a college roster, and that's only the kids who have been eligible to come out. There's still kids that were in that 2011 class, the inaugural combine, that are still finishing up their senior year of high school right now. So that number's probably only going to go up a little bit once those kids come out, because they've had a couple years to be recruited because they came to the combine as a high school junior.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you've had some student athletes who have been offered scholarships probably right on site from some of these coaches, I would guess.
Yeah, we've had quite a few of that. It's pretty amazing to watch that happen. Last year we had a young lady from Costa Rica who made the trip over, and she was offered a full ride on the spot, or a scholarship on the spot, and it was pretty exciting to see how ecstatic she was. That was her dream, to come over and bowl in the States, and sure enough, right after the combine, it happened. So, it's a great experience for the players because they get to learn their strengths and weaknesses. The big thing about the combine is it's not a coaching clinic, it's not a tournament, it's strictly a skill evaluation process. It's where you can learn your strengths and weaknesses and see how they compare against other kids in your age group, and kids who are striving to get to the same place you're striving to get to, which is to hopefully bowl in college one day and represent one of these great universities.
Now, when you say you look at strengths and weaknesses, how do you determine that, and what sort of battery of tests do they go through?
Well, we have 3 different disciplines, I guess you could say. We have the sport-specific, which is all the stuff related to bowling. So, how consistent they can be at repeating their shots, how consistent they can be at repeating ball speeds, launch angles, hitting their target. And then we take in some versatility, and we look at the different variables that they impart to a bowling ball. So we look at how much axis rotation, their maximum or minimum of axis rotation, what their normal axis tilt is, if they can change their RPM rate, if they can change their ball speeds, and if they can change their ball speeds, how consistent can they be at doing that. So there's lots of variables on the sport-specific side that we look at, and then there's also 2 other disciplines that we look at, which is one, athleticism, where we look at just some basic athleticism type numbers, which is how high you can jump, how far you can jump. We do the vertical leap and then the broad jump, and then also a 12-minute walk or run. And the goal of the exercise is just to get as far as you can in 12 minutes. So you can obviously walk if you want, but if you're going to walk, you're not going to get as far as if you're running.
Do you have any idea who's gone the furthest in the 12 minutes? Like what the distance was? It had to be pretty far for like Shannon O'Keefe, your wife, probably went forever.
Yeah, we have it up in the training center in the gym with Nick Bohannon. I believe it's from the combine. I believe there's an individual the first year of the combine that went a little over 2 miles in 12 minutes.
That's pretty good.
That's
pretty solid.
Yeah. And
6-minute miles, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and if I'm not, and I believe he was a cross-country athlete in high school, so that was his cup of tea. He came right in there and demolished it. And then I do believe that my wife Shannon maybe has gone the second farthest, I think.
That wouldn't surprise me because Shannon likes to do a lot of running and run races and all that kind of stuff.
It's just the competition aspect. Yeah. And it's great to see because all the stuff that we put these kids through at the combine is a lot of the stuff we've been doing with Team USA as well. So the Team USA players come through like Chris Barnes, Tommy Jones, Bill O'Neill, and they see how far these kids have gone and they want to beat it. Their competitive nature takes over and they're trying to go just as far and farther as these 17 and 18-year-old kids. But also we do some balance testing, which has been a great indicator of bowling success. And it really, what it measures is overall leg strength and how adept you are at keeping your balance when we're putting your legs under a little bit of a pressure cooker, a little stress situation. So that's another aspect that we measure within the overall athleticism. And then the last discipline that we measure is what we call the IT factor, which is some basic problem-solving questions. And then also combine that with a little bowling IQ test, I guess you could say. Now, some of the questions on the bowling IQ test are very difficult to where the best players in the world kind of struggle to answer them. And then some of them are questions that we think everybody should hopefully know. But once again, it's just to give the coaches as much information as possible so they kind of know where the athletes are sitting when they arrive. And, because some coaches may be more of a physical game coach where they're looking really for maybe the raw talent, somebody that may not be quite as, adept or as really fine-tune their physical game. And so they're okay with having a little bit more of a raw athlete. And then another coach may be looking for somebody that's already pretty fine-tuned physically and somebody that they're just going to work on, with teaching the game and about ball motion and lane play and that side. So, as much information as we can give the coaches, the better.
Do you find that, and we're talking with Brian O'Keefe, assistant coach for Team USA, ITRC, about the bowling combine, do you find that the battery of tests that the players go through is kind of an eye-opening experience for some of them?
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing is how much we do in a short amount of time. You can definitely tell there's some nerves going on when the first time they're out on the lanes. We have multiple squads of kids coming in, and what they do, they'll complete a discipline and 20-minute intervals or stations, if you will. And then they just keep changing. So it's basically an hour and a half, and it's just 20 minutes on one pair, then you change pairs, 20 minutes again, then 20 minutes again, then 20 minutes again. And before you know it, you've thrown lots and lots of shots nonstop for an hour and a half. So, it really challenges their mental discipline as well. A lot of the stuff we track is, spare shooting, because at the collegiate level, a lot of these kids can strike, and the ones that really excel are the ones who can also knock them down with their second ball. So to watch them go through that, and if you're shooting a specific spare for 20 straight minutes, more than likely you're going to miss one or two. So really, how do they bounce back from that? Do they let it discourage them? Do they let it kind of get in their head, and before you know it, they've missed 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them? Or do they kind of fight back, start to really grind it out and bear down mentally, and get back on a streak of making them? So. Once again, I think it's a great opportunity for the kids because they get to learn possibly where they may already be proficient comparatively to the kids their age and kids at that skill level. So it's not necessarily something they may need to go home and practice a lot of. But when they get the results and see that, hey, I finished in the bottom 20 percentile of ball speed consistency, well, then they know they can go home and work on that because that's something that they're not doing quite as well as their peers. But if they at shot repeatability, they're in the top 5 or top 10% of the people at the combine. Well, you know what? That's probably something that they can, they don't necessarily need to go home and work on, because so much in our game is making sure we know where we're good and know where we maybe need some work, and not necessarily always working on the good, but trying to become more versatile, more adept at playing different parts of the lane and being more consistent. So, like I said, it's a great opportunity to learn their strengths and weaknesses and also be compared not only to the players in the combine for that specific year, but also players in the combine from years past.
So if I'm a high school bowler and I'm applied for the combine and I'm just going to assume that, hey, I'm going to get picked and I'm going to go, what are some things that I could work on to try to improve myself before getting there? Because obviously you want to put your best foot forward and try to impress the coaches. So what are some things they can work on in advance of the combine?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. I think the biggest thing is just work on versatility, overall versatility. Practice a lot of spares. Make sure your spare game is pretty solid, and just work on versatility and spares. A lot of it's a new experience for the players that come there. They've never gone through anything like this, so it's a little bit shell-shocking to start. A lot of the stuff that we try and measure, some of the kids have never even tried it before, so obviously they're not going to be quite as adept at doing it efficiently. But that's all we can, just try their best, and hopefully with some great coaching at the collegiate level, they'll get better and better at doing these things to become a more well-rounded and better athlete.
While we talk with Brian O'Keefe about the bowling combine, I want to let everybody know that Robert Morris has the front 6 right now on our women's featured pair. Let's see if they keep that going here. Yeah, they do.
Yep.
Yeah, front 7.
That was perfect.
It's a good-looking shot there. So, Brian, how do the coaches get involved in the combine? Like, from a standpoint of if I'm an athlete, how am I going to get picked? How are they going to notice me? How do they get information on me? How's that work?
Yeah, the coaches, we've talked about the athletes quite a bit, but if there's any coaches out there, any collegiate coaches out there listening that hadn't necessarily heard of the combine or are interested to learn more, once again, you can go to bowl.com/combine or go to Bowling ITRC and click on the combine tab. But yeah, the coaches receive a lot of data, comparing the athletes in all the different disciplines. They get to see where people fit. They'll get a bio sheet on each player that'll give you their year in school, whether they be a sophomore or a junior or a senior, and they'll all have different colored shirts on, which will help sort of just differentiate between what year in school they are. But the coaches get a lot of information that they can either try and siphon through right there on the spot, or they can take back home with them and then contact the player at a later date. But we have a coaches reception this year that we put in place to just give the coaches a little more information about what we're collecting, explain it a little bit more. And so we're not just giving them a packet worth of data and saying, here you go, thanks for coming. We give them a little bit better understanding of what we're measuring and why we feel it's important to the overall game.
Fresno State 210 to wrap up their stay here on our featured pairs. And looks like Midland going to shoot about, 180 with a strike on the fill. And it's game 16 coming to a close on the men's pair. The women's pair, that string of strikes ended for Robert Morris at 7, but they still have a good game going. And Weber in the 7th frame currently of game 16. 8 more games to go after this one. 24 games of qualifying. And then we'll have about a 2-hour break before match play gets started. We're visiting with Brian O'Keefe from the International Training and Research Center and assistant coach for Team USA, talking about the bowling combine. Again, the deadline to put in your application for the bowling combine is May 12th.
Yep.
And so you want to make sure that you get your application in prior to that. And it's not an easy group to make, because you've got so many very talented players who will be applying, and so you got to just do your homework, make sure that all your stats are right and all your information is in there, and hope that you're among the ones that get picked.
Yeah, we'd obviously love to accommodate as many people as possible. Our facility is only as big as it is, though. We're pretty much, we go for 12 hours a day for each of the 5 days. So, it's hard to make it much bigger. We increased the size of it last year to accommodate for the overwhelming response we got. We had over 225 applications last year, and this year, we're on pace to top that again. So, we're getting a ton of interest, and we know it's unfortunate if players don't get selected, but we definitely appreciate them applying. And also, last year what we started is because we had so many people applying, could only take the top so many of both boys and girls, was that we gave you the opportunity where if you weren't selected to come to the combine, that we would still give your information to the collegiate coaches that were in the attendance. And so we had some people that took us up on that. So anybody, if you received a letter that unfortunately was the letter you don't want to see that says unfortunately you weren't selected, we also, like I said, gave you the chance for us to forward your information, so to speak, onto the collegiate coaches. So even though they couldn't see you perform live and in person at the combine, they still got your information, got your email address, and got to see your stats with your GPA and your average and your bowling accomplishments. So, we're doing the best we can to try and accommodate everybody. But like I said, our facility is only as big as it is, so it's hard to accommodate for the demand that we have.
2:55 for Robert Morris on the women's pair. As we're getting ready to get started on the men's pair with Calumet and Lindenwood. Katie Thornton for Weber with a 3-pin. First shot in the 10th. So they're going to be, let's see, get rid of that little graphic on the screen so I can see the score.
It's like 2-teen.
Yeah.
2-0.
206 is their max now. And it's wrapping up game 16 of 24.
So how the scores look out here, Lucas? It's hard to see from back there.
The men's scores seem like they've been pretty healthy, but
Healthy.
Yeah. The women's score is a little bit lower.
An abundance of scores.
Yes, they've had a very nice scoring pace on the men's side. Kind of doing some shuffling here, getting ready for the next group of teams coming in. Change the graphics out here, put the right teams up on the screen. It's Calumet and Lindenwood on our men's pair for game 17, 18, 19, and 20. And then the position round is the last 4 games. So we'll have the top 2 men's teams and top 2 women's teams. Weber shot 206, so they're done, and we'll have some new women's teams coming in. See if I can figure out who that's going to be here on our little cheat sheet. It's going to be Newman and Wisconsin Whitewater for the women. Jason's typing it in. Jason, the women are going to be Newman. Can you hear me? I don't think Jason can hear me. On the women's side, it's going to be Newman and Wisconsin Whitewater. So we get settled in here for game 17. Brian, you were just back not too long ago from the Open Championships in Reno. You did pretty good out there, huh?
Yeah, not too bad. Just got back Monday evening, about 10 hours after I was supposed to get back.
You guys had the worst flight delays.
Yeah, it wasn't good. We had a direct flight to Reno on Friday night and got there 3 hours after we were supposed to, or about 2.5 hours after we were supposed to. Then we had a direct flight back from Reno and arrived about 9 hours back after we were supposed to. So besides the flights, everything went well. Bowling went pretty good for me, which was surprising. Maybe not surprising, but it was nice to bowl good. I think it's my highest all events that I've had so far in my 20 consecutive years of bowling that tournament. Yeah.
20 consecutive. And what was your total?
2067.
Pretty good set. That'll get you a nice check. You guys are going to get a nice team check, I'm sure. You had a real nice team total.
Yeah, once again, we've had a lot of success the last couple of years in team event. We finished 5th 2 years ago. We finished 4th last year, and now we're in 4th right now, which, depending on how scores finish up the next couple of months, we'll probably finish in the top 15 or so at the worst, depending on if the scores start to go up. Or still lots of great teams that are coming in. So I say top 15, top 20 for sure. And maybe if some of those better teams struggle to put good games together, then maybe we'll finish in the top 10 or so. But
so it's a nice run of team events for you guys. And I think that's the event of the Open Championships. A lot of people kind of focus on the good teams. They want to win that team event or the team all events. Those are the two. Seem like they're the most rewarding things to bowl well in.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously we're seeing it out here with collegiate bowling. Team event, team bowling is a blast. It's fun. It reminds me of my days when, as long ago as it may seem, when I used to bowl right here in Lincoln, Nebraska for the University of Nebraska and Coach Straub. But yeah, it's nerve-wracking. The first couple shots that first game, I want to bowl good, more so I don't let down my teammates more than, for bowling good for myself. And I think, that sort of anxiety of it carries over the first couple frames. It's always exciting. Seems like it takes forever to get there, and then before you know it, we're done and we're flying home again. But
yeah,
it's always exciting. A tournament, the older I get, the more prestigious that event becomes and the more I want to win an eagle. I haven't won an eagle. I've finished in the top 5 now we finished in the top 5 of team all events a couple times, and then finished in the top 5 of doubles once, and finished in the top 5 of team a couple times. So hopefully, maybe one of these years.
That sounds like you're due for an eagle one of these days, right?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They're hard to win. They really are.
Yeah, they are hard to win. We've had a couple really good chances at it. We've left with the lead a number of times, but leaving with the lead and then having the lead come the end of June is two different stories.
Exactly. And I'm sure it's heartbreaking every time when somebody beats you and you're leading.
Yeah. But I would say the doubles, the year we finished 3rd, was probably the closest one. We also had a team event back in the late 90s with, when I used to bowl with a few tour guys, when I used to bowl with Brian Kretzer, Mike Wolf, myself, Chris Vialli, and a gentleman named Bob Bush, where we bowled a big score. We took the lead by over 150, 180 pins. We bowled 33-50 or whatever. And we thought that was going to have a good chance, and then we had the lead for a couple months after that, and then had the unfortunate look at the website one morning and saw there was a new team leader.
Yeah.
But now today, gosh, when we have been fortunate enough to take the lead in the past, all the xbowling that we can do where you can track scores online.
Yeah.
Having Matt Cannizzaro giving the live streaming of some of the more accomplished or more better known teams. There was none of that. So, gosh, it'd be really nerve-wracking to, let's say, Mr. Janowitz's teams who's standing right behind us, who is in the lead in team event right now, to be able to watch a team try and beat that score. That's just got to be nerve-wracking to sit on the other end of it. Not that you're rooting for somebody to bowl bad, but you're definitely not rooting them to knock them all down all the time.
Well, it's a great event, and it's always nice to bowl well there, that's for sure. We're in Game 17 of 24 here at the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Our new teams on the featured pairs: Newman, Wisconsin Whitewater on the women's side, Calumet and Lindenwood on the men's side. And encourage everybody to download the xbowling Tournament Edition app so that you can follow the live scoring. And you can also find the live scoring at xbowling.com. Be sure to follow xbowling on Twitter at xbowling and USBC at USBC.
The lanes don't seem to have broken down quite as much as I was possibly thinking when I saw the graph yesterday of the pattern they were going to use. 45 feet. I know this surface really well. Like I said, I used to bowl league here, bowled lots of tournaments here, and actually used to strike quite a bit here. But this place has a little bit of friction built in it, and
it seems like good carry as well.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking on the guys' side that they may get a little crazy in terms of how they break down. But overall, I say it looks like it's held up pretty well. Obviously, the ladies' side with a little bit lesser average rev rate. The lane's not going to transition or break down quite as much, but still scores look really high. Lots of strikes.
Yeah, 45-foot pattern, 24.345 mils of oil, and 2.67 to 1 is the ratio. And using Infinity oil, which is not the new ice that's being used in Reno, but using Infinity, which is the same oil they've used for this tournament for the last 7 years. I think JJ said that in the coaches meeting yesterday.
And that's the oil we use in the training center. It's a great oil. It still holds up pretty well.
See if we can get an update on the standings. Robert Morris still well ahead of the men's field. Lindenwood second, Notre Dame third after 16 games. So not too many surprises on the men's standings. women's standings. We'll get those to you here in just a second as soon as the screen rotates through.
Some pretty impressive bowlers out here, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of very talented bowlers and talented teams. A lot of parity in college bowling these days. Maryland Eastern Shore still well in the lead. Approaching 200 pins over Weber. Lindenwood third, Pikeville fourth, and McKendree fifth on the women's side. But yeah, we see a lot of parity in college bowling these days. A lot of the talent kind of spread out over a lot of different teams between club teams and NCAA teams, and you know it's good to see. A lot of teams are going to have a chance to be in the hunt for the title this week, and when you get into that match play, it's a whole different ball game, you know.
For sure, Baker in and of itself is, I guess you could say, the ultimate equalizer. And that, if you're bowling regular team games, there's sometimes that you can get, one or two players that kind of pull your team up. If they're really striking and bowling 250 every game, the other guys can be struggling a little bit. But when you have everybody throwing just 2 shots, you have 1 or 2 guys struggling to fill frames. It's tough to bowl 230 when you have a couple opens every game. So it's, that I think helps make the field that much closer together, and then you add on top of all the talented players. Every team here has the ability to strike, so the top teams are definitely going to have to stay focused. And basically, I would suggest the best thing to do is try and not worry about what the other guys are doing. Just worry about what they're doing, which is hard to do when you start getting into the match play situation. You're concerned about how many strikes they're throwing. Oh gosh, they got this break, we got this unlucky break, and it gets in your head, as opposed to just trying to bowl the best 2 shots that you can do individually and the best 10 shots that your team can do collectively, and go from there.
I see some folks asking when their team is going to be on the featured pairs, and to be honest with you, this is the last grouping that we know for sure who's going to be on the featured pairs, because after this is the position round. So it'll be the top 2 men's teams and top 2 women's teams. And then who we have on the featured pairs will be determined based on where they finish in qualifying and what matches we happen to have in front of us. So no way to know who's going to be on the featured pairs the rest of the way. You'll just have to hope that your favorite team makes it on, and be sure to follow along on the live scoring on xbowling.com. You can keep an eye on how your team is doing by going there and watch frame by frame as they bowl their games. And also the results, if you click the link right below the video, the results are on there as well, and they are updated constantly.
Hey, Lucas, one thing to add really quick on the coaches' end of the bowling combine is that there's not a deadline for the coaches to submit, but we still need them to apply as well. The earlier they can apply, the earlier we can get their school on the roster of schools attending, so that all the players who are interested in coming can see what coaches are going to attend. Now, I know it's hard with a lot of coaches, let's say, being here. They're awfully busy, so some coaches are it's going to be a little bit longer throughout the process before they actually apply and sign up. But that's something that we would like to see, is that if you think you're going to come and you're interested in coming as a coach, sign up online, fill out that application process of your team so that we can get you up and running online, so we can get you on the page so all the players know what programs are going to be in attendance.
How many coaches did you have come out to the combine last year?
We've been right around the 15 to 20 program range so each of the last 2 years. And like I said, a lot of it tends to be with the lack of, let's call it budgetary constraints that the programs have. They have to pick and choose where they do their recruiting and how they do their recruiting. So hopefully, and we believe that, we're kind of like the one-stop shop. You can talk to the players, you can get a skill assessment, you can compare them to other players, not just on a grand scale. It's more of a unique training environment where we're really putting their mental game to the test as well. Sometimes when coaches are going to junior gold, let's say, it's so spread out and it's such a massive event, it can be hard to really focus in on the players, and you're jumping from bowling center to, it's tough to see. So, our event has the ability where it's more of a private type setting with a training atmosphere, which is great for the coaches. So this year we've changed it a little bit. The coaches, the application process and come to the combine there's no charge. We've waived the charge for coaches to come this year, and we've offered that coaches reception. That's where we're going to explain a little bit about all the data we collect and the importance of it, and how they can go through all the charts and graphs that they receive, just to give them a better understanding of what they're looking at, so it's not just a lot of numbers.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to be at the training center. My travel schedule is kind of funky, so haven't had the chance to be there prior to last year, but it was cool to see all the stats and the paperwork that comes in on all the players and the numbers and it's just really cool stuff to see how, because you can just look at a piece of paper and kind of tell, all right, this person's spare shooting really needs a lot of work, or this person's accuracy is really great, or what. There's so much data there that I'm sure that the people who are real data nerds on the coaching side just eat it up.
Exactly. Yeah, we're trying to make it as sort of live scoring, so to speak, as possible. We're trying to get the data accumulated and then processed as fast as possible so we can get it back in the hands of the coaches. We've done a lot of work. Nick Bohan has done a lot of work trying to make sure we get all that stuff to come in and out as quick as possible. So let's say the players get done one day, and before they arrive the next day, the coaches have all that information in their hands of what happened the day before. So they can look, all the coaches are looking for specific things. So if they see a few players just visually that they say, hey, this person may be a good fit for our program, and they can look at the data and see how they're doing in the specific areas, whether it be the spare shooting, or whether it be their release versatility, or their shot repeatability, or all the different areas that we're collecting.
Well, 136 for Newman, 172 for Wisconsin Whitewater. So Newman struggling a bit in game 17. 182 for Lindenwood that last game, and Calumet's flipped before I could see what they bowled, but we'll give you an update on the standings in just a moment.
And we've been very fortunate to have a lot of the coaches here. I spoke at the coaches meeting last night a little bit, and I looked out at the faces out in the coaches meeting, and we've had a lot of the coaches that are here and are represented here at the national championships who have come to the combine, and we're obviously very appreciative that they support us. And it's cool to look out there and see some kids who have come to the combine. There's plenty of kids that I've seen that have been to the combine that were not only participating here but also at the NCAA championships last week in Detroit, and I think that's just going to continue to grow. The more visibility we can get these players and the more coaches we can get to come in and kind of give a look, the better the program will be overall. So it helps everybody. It helps the coaches. There's people like, let's say, a Marshall Kent, who obviously is going to get seen regardless. Somebody who's won junior gold, bowls on Junior Team USA. All the coaches know about him. But what about that person that maybe lives in Billings, Montana, let's say, that they don't have junior gold qualifiers, and it's really hard to get seen.
Great town, by the way.
Yeah,
really that's a pretty place.
Yeah, I like Billings. I was there. That's why I picked that one out. But let's say they don't have the real capabilities to get out and go to junior gold because there's no qualifiers in their area. Somebody like that can fall through the cracks, but if they come to the combine and register for the combine and get selected, well, now all of a sudden the cream of the crop coaching-wise can see them, and you never know what may happen. We see that a lot, kids kind of popping up out of nowhere. And not to say that, like, let's say somebody like Marshall Kent popped out of nowhere, but, as of a couple of years ago, I wouldn't say he was a household name, and then all of a sudden at junior gold, he wins junior gold, and before you know it, he's taken off, and now he's on our men's Team USA, he's on our junior Team USA, he's competed for our men's Team USA,
right,
and competed quite admirably, I might say, winning,
You got a team
gold medal after gold medal after gold medal at the World Youth Championships in Bangkok, Thailand this past summer. So, it can happen pretty quick, whether that be just a little more confidence, hey, look, I am one of the best of the best. So, the Combine's a great way to compare yourself, because you can compare yourself to the Marshall Kents of the world, people who have been through the same process through Junior Team USA, through Men's Team USA, and through our Women's Team USA program. Because all the data we collect from the Combine participants are also the data we collect from them. So, a high school senior can look and see how they compare against Chris Barnes in terms of being able to change their ball speed, or compare themselves to Tommy Jones in terms of how they can change their RPM rate, or compare themselves to Liz Johnson and Kelly Kulik as to how accurate the females are in terms of repeating shot after shot after shot. So, it stays the same every year. We're not changing the disciplines. So much like the NFL Combine, every year somebody's trying to beat the 40-yard dash time. Deion Sanders and Chris Johnson, I believe, have the fastest 40-yard dash time. And every year at the Combine, people are always trying to beat that. Even though it happened 6-7 years ago, people can still try and beat it. And that's sort of the same thing we can do at the Combine. We can take the kids who are the most accurate in shot repeatability, and it gives these kids something to strive for, because the disciplines are staying the same every year, year after year.
I'm telling you, one of these days I'm going to come down and go through that process.
Said that for 2 years now.
I know, I keep saying it, but I'm actually going to do it. We got to find some time for that. The hard part is finding time when I'm around and you guys aren't that busy.
Well, like I said,
you guys are always busy.
Yeah, it's a whirlment of time. It takes quite a while to go through the whole thing. When we put the Team USA players through it, it takes about a full day to get all of the reports just collected, to collect all the data.
I'm kind of afraid of what the reports might show, though. So I don't know if I want to do it. Might be kind of scary. In some regards I want to know, and in some regards I don't want to know,
What part?
Everything.
The bowling IQ part?
Yeah, it might be embarrassing, I did manage to pass the USBC coaching bronze certification test, but that's been 5 years now, so I probably forgot everything by now.
Well, there's no
actively coaching. So.
There's no real coaching questions on there, but like I said, I think a lot of the kids come in and they're kind of nervous. The two things I think they're most nervous about are the 12-minute walk or run. They're always like, oh gosh, and now I have to exercise, which obviously we support the exercising. We put Nick Bohannon, our strength and conditioning specialist that we have at the training center, works with Team USA. When junior team comes in, they're up at 5 o'clock in the morning, running in the morning and working out. So
it's not all
fun and games.
It's not exactly for fun and games for the junior team.
Yeah, but they get nervous about that little 12-minute walk run, and then they get nervous about the bowling IQ test or the IT factor test. And really, like I said, it's some of the questions are really hard, and I think people are a little nervous about it. And you don't have to know them all. It's just given a baseline for the coaches to see where people stand.
Sure.
There's questions that I go through there, and I look at the questions, and I may struggle to answer a few of them. But at least, when the coaches can look and see, hey, this person's either really caught up on whether it be ball motion, or they really have a good understanding of lane play, or, ball dynamics. That's something the coach can take and say, hey, this kid, is a step ahead of everybody in terms of that. Or basic problem-solving type questions, the cognitive type of, process of how their brain functions.
Well, we're in game 18 of 24 here in qualifying at the xbowling Intercollegiate Team. Let's run through some of the standings for you after 17 games. Maryland Eastern Shore is on top. Lindenwood and Weber round out the top three on the women's side. Robert Morris, Lindenwood, and Notre Dame top three on the men's side after 17 games. So kind of the same teams have been at the top of the standings for most of the day, which you kind of expect, I guess.
I'm a little surprised to see Wichita State women's team be, I wouldn't say struggling, but not exactly towards the top. I mean, 3 of their girls qualified for the Intercollegiate Singles Championships, right?
Yeah. Jason and I
televised finals.
Exactly. Jason and I were talking a little bit about this morning, does it really matter where you qualify for match play? And, the difference of qualifying, 5th or 6th or 7th, not that high, not that big of a deal. But, you obviously want to try to get that top seed and take on the team that presumably has the worst look in the tournament and the number 16 seed. But, and probably second or third, you have a little bit of an advantage. When you start getting down into the rest of those matches, it gets pretty even, and so there's not a lot of difference between the teams.
I would think you'd want to try and separate yourself maybe on a different side of the bracket of one of the top teams. I mean,
there might be some of that going on too. It's hard to tell, but
I mean, I guess you're going to have to beat everybody if you want to win.
Exactly.
But if you come up against them and have to face them a little later, I think that you don't want to have to bowl one of the top teams that's really striking right out of the gate. And you want to try and kind of ease into how things are going, but like you said, all the teams are talented, so there's no easy out.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just going to bowl against somebody and say, well, this is going to be a cakewalk. So regardless of who you bowl, but still, with that being said, I'm a little surprised that Wichita State, with all the international talent and just talent in general, they have a couple former and current Junior Team USA players on the team, and then some international flavor all over the place on that roster. Just a little surprised that they're not more towards the top, but like you said, I think the last couple of years they might not necessarily have been towards the top either, and then once match play starts, flip the switch. But sometimes the switch isn't so easy to be flipped.
Yeah, and on the women's side, I think Maryland Eastern Shore, I've watched them bowl a lot this year. They're really good. Christina Fromm has really got them, focused, and they seem to be on a mission here so far this week, at least here in qualifying after failing to win the NCAA title for the third consecutive year. They seem to be on kind of a mission here to win this one this week. And
well, they're only bowling 240 this game, so
yeah, exactly.
That's struggling a little.
They've been whacking them, and they're going to be way ahead of the field, it looks like, after 18 games, and presumably going to take that top seed the way things are looking. And it's probably one of the teams that I would not want to face in match play is Maryland Eastern Shore.
For sure, especially with the lane pattern that was selected. 45 feet. They have a few girls on the team that do not struggle to get left of 15 and can still make their ball roll and get through the pins and hit hard enough and, like I said, roll through the pins enough to knock them all over. And that's a huge advantage. They're obviously extremely, extremely talented. We were fortunate enough to work with them in the training center a couple of years ago, and so some of the girls are still on the team, gotten to know a few of them, and great players. So no wonder that they're where they are.
Ken asking a question in the chat: if you're no longer eligible for college bowling and you want to evaluate your game, is there a place to have that done? The training center, I mean, you guys offer all kinds of coaching and other services there, and you can definitely take a look at bowlingitrc.com, and maybe you want to come down to the ITRC and get a lesson, or I'm sure they'd be happy to evaluate some of your stuff, put you through some of the CAT stuff, and take a look at your game. I see people down there all the time when I walk through the training center getting lessons from you or Kim Terrell or Rod Ross, so it's definitely an opportunity.
Yeah, we have a few different lesson packages. We have basic lesson, half-day lesson, full-day lesson packages. We offer group lessons where if you have a couple people that want to come down, and then we also, have camps and clinics where we'll have a group from, let's say, Washington, D.C. will bring down 9 people, and we'll put them through bits and pieces of the combine criteria, let's say, where they may not get everything that is involved with the combine or our elite training assessment that we put the Team USA players and Junior Team USA players through. But you're going to get a big dose of it. You're going to get bits and pieces of it here and there where we're going to track your consistency and your ability to repeat shots. So, yeah, anybody interested in booking a lesson and coming to the training center or booking, a group to come in, definitely check out Bowling ITRC, and you can email us or give us a call to set something up. Our schedule gets pretty full. Our staff there is, there's 3 of us there that do the lesson part of head coach of the facility and Team USA, Rod Ross, assistant head coach, Kim Terrell Kearney, and then myself. So we, obviously if we have a few lessons already booked, the dates are kind of full already, but yeah, we have lots of people who book well in advance of lessons. Well, they'll call and say, hey, I'm coming into town. I'm going to be in Dallas for whatever reason, maybe a family reunion or business or whatever the case may be, and they want to come by and have a lesson. We've had that happen quite considerable amount of times. I would say this is one of the more surprising parts about working in the training center is the majority of our lessons have really come from out-of-towners. A lot of people flying in strictly to come to the training center, which definitely, it's awesome to see that people are willing and able and that dedicated to the sport to fly into the DFW Metroplex to, take lessons from us and, are entrusting us with making them better, which, like I said, it's a great feeling.
Yeah, and you guys have so much awesome technology down there in the ITRC. I won't mention what I saw, but I went down there and you guys were messing with some new technology that was pretty awesome, and so got the eye tracking goggles and all kinds of foot pressure stuff, and I mean I don't know that there's anywhere on the planet that has as much technology as you guys have down at the ITRC to measure people's games and give them analysis and statistics on their bowling game.
Well, we're always trying to be proactive and think ahead, trying to think of the next way we can, better analyze the swing and the swing direction, just everything in general. And, we're fortunate enough to have some smart minds that have been there in the past and are there now that, have come up with ways and ideas. And, a lot of that is head coach Rod Ross. He's got that ability to kind of think outside the box and, find different ways to measure stuff. And, it's great. It's definitely a lot of fun to be able to do that on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes it gets a little crazy where people want to use all this technology, but only a basic lesson. So obviously the time constraints that we have in a basic lesson of just being an hour and a half, we can't really use all that technology because you have to calibrate it, and it takes a while to get that stuff set up. But yeah, it's unbelievable. It's definitely we're getting better and better. The bowling industry as a whole, the coaching side of it, has kind of lagged behind, I would say, in terms of measuring stuff scientifically and looking at the data aspect of it. A lot of the, not to get on a rant about the coaching industry, but I'd say in the past a lot of it has been, well, we do it this way because it's always been taught that way, as opposed to, well, does it really work? Or does the data prove that this is the best way to go about doing things? And so it's our job as not only the national governing body of USBC, but I think at the training center, it's our job to try and find what really works. And if we can measure stuff more efficiently and get more data and better data, then we can prove that, hey, this works, this doesn't work. Maybe the way we taught it in the 60s and 70s, yeah, it might have worked then, but as everybody knows who's out there listening or watching, and you guys know, the game's changed quite a bit since the 60s and 70s. So, the bowling balls and the advent of, all the synthetic lanes, there are very, very few wood centers anymore. And, the game's changed a lot. So just because it worked when you were watching bowling on ABC when you were a kid in 1985 doesn't mean those same things that we taught then should be the way we're teaching the youth of today. So the more data we can collect, the better, and that's kind of what we look at out in the training center, trying to find the best ways to make people better.
After 18 games, Maryland Eastern Shore is still in first. Weber second. Wichita moves up to third on the women's side.
See, just like that. And
that's
they
right.
Turned it right on.
They must have bowled a good game. And wait for the screen to flip so I can give you the men's standings after 18. They're all in game 19 now, 19 of 24.
It seems like, I haven't seen the actual score sheet, but it seems like the scoring pace for the men might be coming down ever so slightly. Once you 45-foot pattern, and this place, the surface is a little bit of a higher friction synthetic surface to begin with. So, once all those guys start to play in the track area, it seems like they may be getting a little over-under towards the middle part of the lane where, they keep the ball a little tighter, and it just struggles to really lose axis rotation fast enough once it stays in that oil. But yet if they get it to the right and then the dry board is a little too fast, it wants to use up that axis rotation and slow down a little too fast and starts to sneak up a little high on the head pin. So, and the deeper you get, the harder it's going to be to knock them all over. So I think that combined with the other variables that are happening is bringing the scoring pace down ever so slightly the last couple games, I would think.
And the men's side, Robert Morris first, Lindenwood second, and Notre Dame in third. can watch the live scoring on xbowling.com or click the link under the video for the scoring results. And that's where the brackets will be as well for this afternoon. The match play is going to get started at 4:45 p.m. Central Time, so a little less than 4 hours from now. We're going to ask for everybody's help to boost the viewer numbers once we get started with match play, so be prepared for that. And be sure to tune back in at 4:45 to take part in our bid to help support the sport and get as many viewers as possible for our match play this afternoon and evening. There's a lot of folks out there who probably aren't aware that we've got live streaming going on, and we want to make sure that these college athletes get the audience they deserve for match play this afternoon and evening. And then a full day of match play tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Central Time, right here on Bowl TV.
So how many rounds are they bowling tonight, Lucas?
2.
2 rounds.
Yep, 2 rounds tonight, and then full day tomorrow. And
so there will be some people eliminated tonight?
Yeah, because it's double elimination, so if you go lose, adios.
Yeah.
You get to spend the day at the pool tomorrow or spend the day watching
at the pool.
We got indoor pools here.
Okay.
Indoor pools. It's Lincoln, Nebraska. You think they got outdoor pools?
You have indoor pools.
I think they have one over at the Holiday Inn, too, because that's not where we're staying. But one of the Marion team tweeted at me yesterday, said, spread the word, tell everybody to come hang out at the pool with us.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So they must be having a little pool party over there yesterday.
Yeah, I was not thinking about the pool when I walked outside this morning.
It was really windy and snowy.
Oh, man.
The wind was brutal when I stepped out a little while ago to make a phone call. I went outside thinking it would be a little quieter, and I stepped outside and couldn't even hear the other person on the phone. Fortunately, there's no bad weather inside the bowling center, so we're lucky in that regard.
Yes, the inside sport helps in that regards.
Although it has delayed the arrival of Chris Barnes. They got delayed by about an hour on their flight, so I think that we will certainly hear from Chris and Dave Lamont tomorrow when they step in. They usually like to sit and talk on the broadcast for a while.
Chris likes to talk?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, okay.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
He definitely loves the sound of his own voice, that's for sure.
And I think he loves coming to Lincoln, Nebraska. Chris realizes that, you know, the Nebraska Cornhuskers football program is just a top notch and a step above everybody else. And he's aware of that, so he likes to come to these parts so he can cheer for his favorite team, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. No sarcasm there at all.
None whatsoever, I'm sure.
Not from my end, but talking about Chris, yeah. He's always the first to get on me about the Nebraska football cult, as he likes to call it. I like to call it a family.
Well, we're game 19, so about a game and a half to go before we have the break for the position round. I don't think it'll be a very long break because they get those scores popping up there as soon as the last ball is thrown, pretty much. So unlike a lot of times where it's all done manually, this is pretty quick, and the turnaround time should be pretty quick to get the standings updated and get the position round going, because I'm sure that this is a long block for these players, and they're probably very much looking forward to the break to relax, and I would imagine a lot of them are probably very hungry at this stage and wanting lunch.
Yeah, now that they have a little better feeling for how the lanes are going to transition. Obviously, they're not going to, I'm assuming they're going to run the lanes
yes.
for us. Yeah, so you know, they'll have to go back in the memory bank a little bit and see how the lanes were and how they kind of broke down, because obviously they're not going to be bowling this many games in a row from now on, but they can go back and maybe change some surfaces once practice session starts and get a better clue as to maybe how to attack the fresh. Some of the teams up top probably aren't going to do anything different, but it's amazing how once you strip and run the lanes once, all the people that struggled now try and do what the people that had success were doing, and the lanes can transition and change that much faster because you have people playing a different part of the lane or maybe using a little different surfaces or stronger balls or weaker balls, whatever the case may be. So, everybody wants to do what the guys who are striking are doing, so wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the teams that might have struggled a little bit early now try and change it up and find something a little bit different on the fresh.
Yeah, because they didn't know the pattern until last night at the coaches meeting, so they didn't really have any time to prepare for what they were going to see. So I imagine that some of the coaches might want to make some surface adjustments and stuff. And, I mean, if you're, for example, and I hate to pick on Billy Murphy's team, but Newman is pretty far down in the standings. I mean, you got to do something to give yourself a chance in match play. Otherwise, you're going to get run over by the, if you're number 16, you're taking on Maryland Eastern Shore, you're probably going to get whacked pretty good if you keep doing what you've been doing.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I guess you could almost say this is a long practice session with seating purposes.
Essentially.
But that's really what it is. They get to practice, see how the lanes break down, and now obviously they want to strike. And like we mentioned, you don't want to be sitting at the bottom of that list and having to not only face one of the best teams in the country, but one of the best teams in the country that obviously has a good reaction as well. So you combine those two, and anybody can beat anybody, like we mentioned, but still, they're going to have to try something. And one thing we didn't mention about the bowling combine, Lucas, is once that application process ends May 12th, players will get an email with either an acceptance or, unfortunately, a non-acceptance letter from us within a week or so after the application process has been closed. So if you're out there wondering, you said, hey, I sent in my application, what's going to happen come May 12th? It'll be a little bit. We only have a few of us that work out there in the training center and have other things on our plates as well, but we obviously going to get to it as fast as we can, where we sort of narrow down the list. We'll start looking at it and letting those people know that have been accepted, or the people that have unfortunately not been accepted. But like I said, even if those people have not been accepted, we still give you the opportunity to get your information into the coach's hands. So, let's say you may think you're borderline in terms, and you're like, well, should I apply? I don't know if I really have that good of a chance. Still, if you apply and we get your application, you're still going to get that information, if you choose so, to go into the hands of the coaches. You have the right to decline that option if you want. You could say thanks but no thanks, but pretty much I'm thinking if you're willing to apply to come to the combine, you're pretty much going to be okay with giving your information to the coaches. And every year it keeps getting not only bigger, but more widespread as well. The first year we had 20 states represented and a couple international countries, I believe. And then last year we had 25, 27. Can't remember off the top of my head, but 27 states represented. And this year it's much more of the same. The last time I actually looked at all the different states was about a month and a half ago, and we already had 25 different states who had applied. So it's definitely not a regional type event. We're not just attracting kids from the DFW Metroplex or people from within driving distance. We obviously do have our fair share of that, but we're getting kids from all over the United States and some international flavor as well. So that's great to see that our event is really that widespread. Last year we had a gentleman from Hawaii make the trip. So as far west as Hawaii, as far east as Maine. So really all over the United States we're getting kids to come in. So.
Well, game 19 coming to a close here. 2-11 for Calumet on the men's side. Opening the 10th frame for them. Lindenwood looks like they're going to be at 204 if they can spare and strike here. Whitewater had 171, and Newman, they're bowling a little better this game. Being the two teams after a couple of 130 games. Maybe they're just kind of getting geared up for match play. Maybe that's what's going on.
I wouldn't doubt it. Billy knows what he's doing. That's for sure.
Billy's a good coach, and he will definitely give them the best chance he can. Him and Bianca they got a couple of good coaches on their side. That's for sure. There's a lot of great coaches in college bowling. I mean, you look through here, there's a lot of very talented coaches. That's one reason why a lot of these college teams keep getting better and better is the coaches keep getting better and better.
Yeah, it's great to see the the knowledge level of the coaches just continue to get better. It's only going to help the programs. It's only going to help the players. It's just going to help everybody involved. You get the kids as a 18-year-old kind of naive, straight out of high school young man or young woman, and then hopefully you can shape them and mold them and make them not only a better player but a better student and then a better person.
Our live streaming of the match play gets underway at about 4:45 p.m. Central Time. That's when they'll roll the first ball for score. They got practice leading up to that, but that's when we'll start. First ball is at 4:45 Central, so make sure that you are back in time for that. Maybe you need to leave work a little bit early so you can get home in time to watch the match play. You have my permission. I don't know if your boss will go for that, but if you're on the East Coast, it's easy because it's 5:45. Most people should be on their way home by then. So
just don't watch it in the car.
Yeah, don't watch and drive. You can listen and drive, but match play always a very exciting format, and it's pretty fast-paced. Those games end pretty quick. And before you know it, usually you got some pretty good tight matches in this format.
Yeah, and the Robert Morris men just bowled 150, I think, that game. So kind of like what I was thinking. They seemed like the shots that they wanted to get to the right started to hook too much, and if they kept it a little tighter down lane, it's tough to really make the ball kind of read it quite enough. So seems like they're running into possibly a little wet, dry circumstance over the left gutter, which can be hard.
Now, for those who may not know that term, can you explain what wet, dry means?
Sure, yeah. If you think about like your lead condition, where the closer the ball gets to the gutter, the more friction or the less amount of oil that's on the lane. So it's a very high responsive, the ball tends to hook pretty quickly when you get it to the right. Like a more of a recreational type pattern. And then when you keep it in the oil, because there's that much more volume or that much more oil in the middle part of the lane, there's not as much friction that's created. So the ball's going to have a much greater tendency to skid down the lane. And what it really ends up happening is you kind of a little bumper there where if you pull the ball inside, it's going to hit the pocket. If you get it to the right, it's going to want to hook back a little easier. But sometimes when you really start to have the higher rev rates attack the lane, it could actually make that happen too fast. So what I think's happened is, because it was 45 feet, all the players probably started playing. When I say all the players, I mean all the guys have probably started playing right around the same part of the lane. So after 15, 20 Baker gains, that track area of the lane has a lot of friction. The oil that was there to begin with has now been mostly absorbed into the bowling ball. So there's not nearly as much volume in that part of the lane as there once was. But yet there's still a lot of volume to the left of probably the fourth arrow, 20 to 25. So what ends up happening is it's basically like you almost created a league type condition from the middle part of the lane. So if you get a little bit right too soon, it tends to start hooking too early. If you miss a little left, the ball never has a chance to read. It's just skidding a little too far, not quite early enough hook phase. So that's what we would call, over, under, or wet, dry condition that can happen. And like I said, with the girls, it doesn't tend to happen quite as fast because the rev rates aren't really ripping the oil off the lane at quite the extent. So the pattern tends to hold its integrity a little bit longer, strictly because of the amount of, or the less rev rate, I guess you could say. But the guys, it seems like all of the young kids have 400 plus RPMs, which that can do a number on a lane pattern. Even as great as the lane oil is that they have nowadays, the bowling balls are just that explosive to where you bowl for a couple hours nonstop, it's going to happen. Now, sometimes it can make the lanes easier when that happens, and sometimes it can make the lanes so easy that it actually makes them more difficult. which looks like that may be what's starting to happen here. Is that the pattern was more blended when they started, so if they missed a little right, there wasn't a ton of friction to the right, but there was enough friction to bring the ball back to the pocket but not have it overreact. But now that everybody's been playing the same part of the lane, we're now getting overreaction when we miss to the right and not a lot of reaction when you keep it tighter.
And I think that, I mean, we're in game 20 right now. They're not going to see this much breakdown in match play, not even close. Because this evening, they've got 2 rounds of match play, no re-oil. So you're looking at a max of, 14 games on a lane if the matches go the max. And then tomorrow, 2 rounds, re-oil, and then 3 rounds. And I think they might re-oil before the if necessary round if they have to. So you never go more than 2 rounds without a re-oil. So you won't actually see this sort of breakdown. And they'll break down differently too, because all the games are bowled by, on the same pair, 7 games instead of just a couple, So it's going to be a total different breakdown in match play, I would guess.
Yeah, at this point, you're just trying to knock down pins to get the highest seed. It's not exactly, there's I guess you could say almost the learning experience of how the lanes are going to get is probably over. It was probably over a couple sets of 4 ago. So, maybe 8 games ago, let's say.
Yeah, probably your first 8 or 12 games in this qualifying is when you did your information gathering and the coaches did some analysis on the pattern to see how things were going to be for match play. And after that, it's just kind of get as much as you can and make it to match play.
Yeah, so with that being said, you're always trying to make sure you're throwing the ball good. Everything feels like it's in order physically. But in terms of ball motion and how the lanes are going to transition, I doubt we see people having to go this deep on the lane. But you never know, too, because like we mentioned, the teams that were struggling are probably going to try something different. And that difference may be more surface. And anytime you add more surface to a bowling ball, that lane's going to break down that much faster. Or if, let's say, a team is trying to manipulate the pattern on purpose and possibly trying to break the lane down for them a certain way, they may use more surface on purpose to try and create that little bit of room to the outside where they're actually taking the oil off the lane in the track so they have a little more room to bounce it off of. Well, that may be good for games 2, 3, and 4, but let's say the match goes to game 7. Well, now they've had 7 games of using those higher friction bowling balls, those lower surface, with more surface on their balls, and before you know it, they may end up getting similar to this. But still, you have lots of guys out there on the lanes who've been bowling for a long time, so I don't think you'll see them get this drastic, but stranger things have happened in the world of bowling.
Well, Lindenwood's putting together a pretty good game here to finish off this set of 4. And, of course, the position round will be coming up next. We'll have the first and second place teams in both divisions. Looking up at the women's standings, Maryland Eastern Shore hasn't finished their game 20 yet, but they're still ahead of some of the other teams that have finished 20, including Wichita State. So they're not just ahead by a little bit; they're ahead by quite a bit. But they're having a bad game this time around. They can only shoot 170.
Yeah, that's always a good sign when you're a game behind and still leading.
Still leading, exactly. Yeah, it's nice to have a little cushion. So we will certainly see Maryland Eastern Shore in the position round on the featured pair. And have to wait and see who we're going to see along with them. It could be Wichita State, it could be Weber. Just have to wait and see. Depends on what Weber's bowling this game, and they're a little bit far away from us. I guess I could look at the live scoring and figure it out. But we'll know soon enough once it pops up on the standings here.
Yeah, so the coaching side of me looks at the lanes right now and says, if I was out there coaching a team, how would I kind of try and have the players attack it? And there's a few different things, and it's where something that we measure at the Combine comes in great, because if the players on your team are really good at adjusting ball speeds, something you can do is stay a little farther to the right and pick up your ball speed so that the extra speed is going to help retain that axis rotation that much longer and not have the ball hook quite so early. Or we can, change to a stronger bowling ball and try and stay in the oil a little bit longer to make sure that ball's starting to read the lane in the oil and almost play what we call, like fallback, or, we're just kind of trying to angle the ball at the 3-pin and not really get it right, try and keep our angle really tight and let the oil that's still in the middle part of the lane push it back to the right. So we're not really using the friction, we're using more of the hold on the lane, or the more heavier volumed area on the lane.
Calumet's putting together a pretty good game here in game 20. They've got 5 strikes in a row. They can max at 234. Had a couple opens early in the game. And Lindenwood can strike out in the 10th for 247.
And if you can get yourself matched up when they get like this, you can bowl some high scores. But sometimes, like that shot right there, that little half-10 that we saw, that's very common. You're going to leave a lot of them because your ball is either losing the axis rotation too early and it doesn't have anything really left to go through the pins, or it's not losing that axis rotation early enough when it stays in the oil. So, if you can find that right combination, you can still bowl some big scores, but it's just a little bit harder.
Oh, another strike for Newman. They're starting to kind of get something together here on this lane.
Yeah, they like that lane a little bit better than 15.
Looks like they're going to have back-to-back 200 games. And Wisconsin Whitewater can max at 192. Got about half the teams across the house are done with game 20 and waiting anxiously for the position round to start. Got about half a game to go, down on 5 and 6. It looks like. That looks to be the slowest pair, so we shouldn't have too long of a break before the position round gets started. And I think we're well ahead of schedule. They're not supposed to be done with this round until 2:45, and it's 1:15, so we're well ahead of schedule.
Well, like you see there, they already have the game 20 updates on the monitors.
For all, as soon as they finish, it's on there.
Yeah, so they're. Now I'm not sure if they're going to try and sort of double check the scores.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But they've been doing them pretty quick back in the office too, and getting them on bowl.com. Steve Lawson back there doing a good job getting them posted.
Yeah, scoring pace definitely coming down now. A couple 240 games, which...
Yeah, Lindenwood 247 and Calumet 223, so scoring pace pretty good on our featured pair, but not always indicative of what's going on in the rest of the house.
Yeah. If I just look one pair over to the Robert Morris University team, which they have a lot of rev rate on that team. A lot of former junior Team USA players and current Team USA players. And their rev rate is forcing them to get a little bit deeper, and they're struggling to make the ball. If they get it to the right, it's wanting to check up and hook way too early. And if they keep it tight, it's just hard to get that ball to roll through the pins.
181 for Whitewater, and Newman's final shot coming up here. Looking to strike for 215, and then we're going to take a real short break. Bring you a message from the Yes Fund. And while we have a few minutes before we get ready for the position round, please go to the App Store and download that xbowling Tournament Edition app so that you can follow the live scoring. They're our sponsor of the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships. So let's show our sponsor a little support and go and download that app and take a look at it. I think you'll enjoy it. There's a lot of great features on there, including live scoring from the Open and Women's Championships out in Reno. So please download the xbowling Tournament Edition app. Final shot here for Newman. That's a good one. 215, so 211, 215 the last 2 games for Newman. So we'll take a break and be back for the position round here in just a couple of minutes.
This live event is brought to you in part by the Yes Fund. The Youth Education Services Fund is a joint initiative of the bowling industry dedicated to development and marketing of youth bowling at all levels. The Yes Fund is generously supported by its founding partners: North Point, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Ebonite, 900 Global, Hammer, Cubica AMF, Rotogrid, Storm, and Track. For more information about the Yes Fund, go to bowl.com/yesfund.
Welcome back to Lincoln, Nebraska, and live coverage of the 2013 xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. Jason Overstreet stepping in for a minute while Lucas takes a break, and as you can see, we are awaiting the end of this round of qualifying, and scores will be verified, and then we'll have position round coming up next. Brian O'Keefe sticking around with us to talk a little bit more. I know you guys chatted about the pattern some, and we've discussed the format that following this position round then gets into match play. Mental approach makes a drastic change at that stage of the competition.
Yeah, that's when we have to, kind of buckle down, and every shot, not that every shot doesn't matter in qualifying, but the chance that nothing's really counted against you. It's just you're going to qualify a little lower, but we have that mental aspect of every shot counts. Don't give away pins. All those makeable spares. It's amazing how much it comes down to one spare here or there throughout the course of a game, regardless of how high the scoring pace may be. If scoring pace is 230, or whether it's 190, spares just still are going to take an overwhelming importance rise here in the next couple hours.
Absolutely. We'll see if the standings require any adjustments, or if everything that is currently in the system ends up being verified as correct. It seems like everything has been fast and not really needing any sort of adjustment. Though far right now on the women's side, it's Maryland Eastern Shore, Wichita State, Lindenwood, Pikeville, Weber, McKendree, Sacred Heart, Stephen F. Austin, Wisconsin Whitewater, Wright State, rounding out the top 10. Norfolk State in 11th, cuts down 12, Robert Morris 13, Midland 14, Marion 15, and Newman 16. So that is the rundown on the women's side. And again, that's unofficial, and we will wait for verification and see if those are indeed the rankings for the seeding here in position round. Appreciate everybody being with us. We will have wall-to-wall coverage of the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships up until the finals. That's when the coverage moves over to CBS Sports Network. Dave Lamont and Chris Barnes will have the action for you. And those telecasts will be airing every Friday in May, both the team and singles competition. So be sure to double check and confirm that you have CBS Sports Network so you can catch the action.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting last year, knowing every Friday, college bowling's going to be on television. I know we taped it at our house, and because we play a little softball on Friday nights, but then come home and watch a little college bowling. It's great to see, the exposure that these athletes get.
Really, the telecast came together quite nicely. There was some good drama last year. Of course, the singles competition, somewhat dramatic just by format. And then last year, Weber International capturing both titles. A little bit tighter contest on the men's side last year than it was on the women's.
Yep.
There was some exciting action by Wichita State, some bowling under pressure to extend that and give the Shockers a chance to capture the title, but in the end it was the Warriors prevailing, and who knows what kind of storylines we'll see come together this year.
And they're both here to try and defend, so you always have that option.
Yep. Will we see Weber back on television again? Will the Shocker women continue their hot streak and end up on there? So lots of potential stories. Or Robert Morris, the team with an awful lot of talent. Can they put it together in match play? They've just run into a couple of stumbling blocks in match play en route to try to get to the TV show the last couple of years. Is this the year that all the pieces of the puzzle have come together, or is there a surprise out there? Somebody that is not at the forefront of everyone's mind that's going to get on a run. So it'll be great to see how it all unfolds starting this afternoon.
yeah, no pun intended, but to kind of almost be the Wichita State of the NCAA basketball tournament.
Well, yes, that's true. That happens in bowling as well. Chad and I were talking earlier about a couple of years ago, Fresno State, while a great program year in and year out, and didn't look like that was going to be their year necessarily, and all of a sudden everything came together and that team just gelled in a special way and took home the national championship. And could that happen again? I'd say absolutely, that all of these teams are capable of doing it, and some of it is chemistry, some of it is timing, some of it is the draw. And while we, have less excitement watching qualifying just because there's not as much at stake, it is just for position, but how those brackets shape up can make a big difference. Not necessarily even who you face in the first round, but maybe more importantly, who you get in the second, or who you happen to stumble in if you do end up with a loss.
Yeah, I don't know if you were able to hear when I was talking with Lucas about that. At the beginning of that 4-game set, I made the comment that I was a little surprised that the Wichita State women were down in 5th or 6th place. And yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter, but you want to face the teams that have the best reaction or the best teams as late as possible. You don't necessarily want to go head-to-head right out of the get-go. Now, granted, you're going to have to beat the majority of them anyways. You don't have to beat all of them because it's not round robin, but you're going to have to beat some of them anyways. But the later you can face that challenge, then sure enough, after those 4 games, they jump from 6th all the way up to 2nd. So it looks like they got it together a little bit. And on the men's side, Robert Morris, they definitely win the resume. If this tournament was about resumes, that team would win hands down.
If we bowled on paper, they
Exactly.
have the most accomplishments before coming in here individually.
Yes.
But as we've seen many times, the group of individuals does not necessarily mean a great group of team players. I think that we had some ladies from Maryland Eastern Shore wanting to say hello to everybody watching on Bowl TV. So we got some downtime. Let them say hi.
And I try and keep up with the college bowling scene throughout the season as well. And even the Robert Morris team, even though they're great on paper, they've come together well as a team this year too, winning the majority of the tournaments that they participated in quite convincing fashion. So, can they bring it all together? Can they grow from the experiences that they've had all year and really make this something that they'll remember for the rest of their lives? I know I remember my national championship in 1996 here at the University of Nebraska. I remember it like it was yesterday, and still to this day, one of my best bowling, one of the best memories I have in the sport of bowling.
Not that you don't have other wonderful memories in life, but if you're going to rank just experiences in general, it's got to be hard to top. How many people get the opportunity to compete in a national championship in an event like this in any sport, let alone be able to win?
Yeah, it was, like I said, I can remember it yesterday. Here in Kansas City, Missouri at North Kansas City Pro Bowl, and we had it locked up kind of in the 9th and 10th frames, and thankfully I didn't have much pressure on me getting up there in the 10th frame. I just had to finish it off, and I just get goosebumps thinking about it. So all these teams are looking for that same type of feeling, and you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Right now we're just trying to finish up the closing stages of qualifying, but once that match play starts, yeah, it's a unique experience. A little bit different than when I bowled. The formats changed over the years. We had some regular games and then Baker games, and it was a really long format where all the pins carried over and then they cut to the top 3. So it wasn't about necessarily match by match. The match by match aspect is much more nerve-wracking type. Once we got going, we had a good enough reaction, and we're bowling well enough as a team that the last 5-6 games, maybe 8 games at Baker, we were kind of on cruise control, knowing we were going to be the top qualifier. No such luck for these teams out here. There's no cruising, because at any point you can have a 20-30 pin lead in the deciding game, and you open once and they throw a triple. Before you know it, it's an even match. So you can't lay off the gas pedal. Every shot matters. Every spare matters. It's a really unique experience in the game that we're actually starting to see other entities within the bowling industry take. The new PBA going to the little team format, which they had a lot of success with over this past year. Team bowling is just something that's there's not many opportunities you get a chance to bowl as a unit. You know, in league you do, but a little bit different feel between a national championship and between a league championship, I would have to say.
Absolutely. You've been listening to Brian O'Keefe. He is the assistant coach at Team USA and administrator of several programs at the International Training and Research Center, training home to Team USA. Brian, as he's mentioning, a former standout at the University of Nebraska and a member of one of their national championship teams in the 90s. We are awaiting the final round of qualifying, the position round here at the 2013 X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. And that determines the seeding in the brackets for the match play portion. So a lot at stake, and always when you start looking at, all right, who's going to be bowling who in the brackets, the topic of gamesmanship comes up. Is it better to move up a spot, down a spot? And I think that one thing that's nice about the 16-team field is that it's probably academic for the most part, that trying to play that game, it would be fairly ineffective. Now, generally good sportsmanship dictates that kind of funny business in terms of trying to adjust where you land is the case. But it's a topic that comes up a lot, Brian, for Team USA at the international level, because I think that it's, well, no, I won't even say I think, I'd say with a degree of certainty that there are different values and opinions in different cultures in different countries about whether or not it's appropriate to intentionally drop if need be in order to adjust position round or help another team that you might be more friendly with. And that's something that you guys face a lot, and it's kind of foreign in some regards, pardon the pun, to sort of the thinking in the United States a lot of times.
Yeah, for those that aren't really aware of the format in international competitions, you have 6 games of qualifying, and then they cut to the top 4 for the medal rounds. So 1 bowls 4, 2 bowls 3. So with the game to go, if you have multiple teams, let's say you're bowling doubles, and Team USA, for example, would have 3 doubles pairs, where if one pair has already qualified in the top 4 and you have another pair bowling, do you try and adjust the scores, or not adjust the scores, but adjust the seeding and do it purposefully? I'm a big believer in karma, and you try and knock over as many pins as you can. It's a tough question. Even the Olympics had that problem this year in badminton, I believe. A few of the programs where one team lost early, and therefore they were one of the best teams in the country or in the world, and the other teams didn't want to face them, so they started throwing matches so they'd get in the other side of the bracket. Like I said, I'm a believer in karma, that if you go trying to throw off purposefully, it may come back and bite you later down the stretch. Like you said, lots of differing opinions on that. I guess I'll take the most politically correct stance I can and say I like to knock over as many as I can, just keep the integrity of the game and sport as well as you can. But
well, that certainly is the Team USA guiding principle, and one that is supported at USBC. And it seems to me that more often than not, anytime we've seen any at the international level shenanigans and trying to manipulate where you are in positioning rounds or qualifying, that it ends up either being of no benefit or hurting the team that tries to do something funny.
Yeah, it seems like those bowling gods all of a sudden pop their ugly head out, and the teams that were possibly trying to manipulate that bracket format end up losing all that good fortune that they have, or what have you. Just doesn't seem to work out in the end very often.
So here we go with the position round, and we're seeing the top seeds in both the men's and women's. Robert Morris and Lindenwood on the men's side, University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and Wichita State on the women's side. So this is a good preview of the odds-on favorites to do well when we advance to the bracket play.
Yeah, for sure. I think on both sides, this could be a match you see on CBS Sports Network here in a couple months.
Absolutely. A lot of experience, a lot of international experience on the women's side. And talent, deep talent on both rosters. So this will be fun. Now this is just, these scores just add to the total pinfall. There is no element of head-to-head in this position round. It's essentially just putting them side by side so they can each see what's going on. Almost more for show than anything else, lane assignment purposes.
And I really think you're going to see, Lindenwood just bowled on 17 and 18 the last 4 games, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have a little bit more success than the Robert Morris team, who is starting to struggle a little bit. They just, the bowling ball, they're having to get so deep on the lane, but there's so much friction to the right now that they're struggling to really make the ball kind of do the right thing, leaving lots of half tens like we just saw, where the ball's just not getting to roll through the pocket. You can hit the pocket doing that, but it's really tough to knock them over once the lanes get like this.
Well, as you said, it's an example of carry issue there for Wichita.
Yeah, the little bit of conditioning that does carry down the lane, although it's not a lot, it's still some, and that can, make the ball not quite get into the roll phase when it stays in the oil, and you end up hitting the pins into the hook phase of the ball motion, or conversely, it can get to the dry boards too fast, lose all of that axis rotation, and get into the roll phase too early, and end up looking very similar when it hits the pins, but yet it's two different things, two different phases that the ball is actually hitting the pins in.
Yeah, I think for everybody at home, you'll notice a drastic difference in ball reaction from what you see here at the end of this set versus what we'll see once there's fresh oil out for the start of match play. Whether that's good or bad probably depends on your point of view, but I think we found that the fresh oil was a little bit higher scoring and more predictable, although on the men's side especially, I'm seeing some of these teams have managed to find good solutions for the transition or have already gone past it.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different games. Nobody bowls the same way. So some people like them when they get like this. Personally, myself, I always had a lot of success when they really started to hook like this and you had to get over the left gutter and kind of keep it tight and almost let your ball kind of fade back to the pocket. But other games struggle a little more when they get like this. It's why the game, it's ever changing. Not only can we not see it, it's an invisible playing field, but it's constantly changing. So throughout the course of a long 24 games of Baker block, you're going to see teams get on runs throughout the course of the set where all the ball motion of the players on their team are kind of matching up. Or in Robert Morris's case right now, they've hit the pocket a few times, ball's getting down the lane, not really getting into a roll, leaving the half tens. But then if they move a little farther, it's either hooking too early or never quite making it. And on the women's side, the same thing, just probably not quite as drastic. They're not playing fifth arrow on the right side. Looks like they're playing right around maybe the fourth arrow, the middle part of the lane. But same sort of thought process where it's still tougher to get the ball into the roll phase and make the ball hit.
Well, guys, we got the standings in. Robert Morris, of course, leading 44-60 on the men's side. Lindenwood second at 43-64. So it's about a 100-pin difference between first and second. Third place is Calumet. Fourth is West Texas. And fifth is Florida State. So that's your top 5 on the men's side. And on the women's side, it's Maryland Eastern Shore at 43-66 and Wichita State at 42-04. So about a 160-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore on the field. Lindenwood in third, Pikeville fourth, and Weber International in fifth. And those standings can be found on bowl.com/ITC or by clicking the link below the video you're watching, and you can find all of the results and the live scoring as well. And the match play will get underway starting at 4:45 Central Time. So about 3 hours from now is when we'll get underway with the match play. And we'll have live coverage for you this afternoon and evening of the first 2 rounds of match play, and then all day tomorrow as we lead up to the TV show tapings on Saturday.
Yeah, it looks right now, if he can find a way to throw a triple or a 4-bagger, that's pretty good. Definitely the scoring pace has come to a screeching halt for the most part. Looking at those scores that you're just reading off, Lucas, I believe this Robert Morris team, I don't know if they pulled a 200 game the last 3 games. Pretty close, if not.
Yeah, the Robert Morris scores the last 3 games, 180, 153, and 195.
Yeah, so overall, you're just seeing that sort of over-under or wet-dry reaction that we've been talking about, and it's kind of playing havoc on trying to make the ball face the pocket the right way, which happens a lot in today's game, especially at the collegiate level where it's 5-man games or 5 women games, and by the course of a long set, they're playing so deep on the lane, it's tough to make that ball do the right thing. But like we mentioned, they'll strip and run the lane, so after this, they'll get back to kind of a little bit higher scoring pace, I would assume, that they had throughout the course of the morning session.
I think generally in match play, the scores tend to go up anyways in just about any of these formats. Anytime you have a lot of games on the same pair, the scores tend to go up. Either that or they tend to get real ugly, But a lot of times in the Masters and the Queens, we see big scores in match play, and this is kind of a similar situation where you get 10 or 15 minutes of practice, and then you bowl as many as 7 games on the same pair. So scores can get up there in a hurry in match play.
Yeah, it's just the guesswork. You're taking some of the guesswork out of it and not switching around. If you think of it, if you try and relate it to golf, it would be like playing the same golf hole over and over and over again. There's going to be slight changes in the wind and stuff like that, but overall, you could basically turn that golf hole into a blind hole after you've played it a few times and know where the trouble is or know where the fairway is. Same sort of thing here on the bowling lane, where when you're switching around, changing pairs every couple of games, once you go to the new pair, you're just kind of guessing. The first shot through the lineup, you're just taking a guess at where you should be, but if you're staying on the same pair for 7 games, you get a better chance of just knowing where the trouble is and knowing what you need your ball to do and being able to adjust to that when you see it. Yeah, we're seeing balls almost look like they just can't quite get going down the lane, which just tells me that the front part of the lane's burn up, the ball's losing axis rotation and slowing down almost too fast. And by the time it gets to the pins, it doesn't have much energy left at the pins.
And you almost wonder how much of a desire and drive there is to really make a lot of, ball changes. And at this point, given that it's just kind of the closing stages of qualifying, and the teams that are at the top of the standings are probably going to stay pretty up there, first, second, third. So there's not a lot to be lost in these last 4 games.
Well, and the tough part too is that from a coaching standpoint, they're getting to the pocket. It's like, man, if we can just make some small tweaks to make the ball roll through there a little better. But if you go trying to change balls every shot, you only get 2 a game.
Yeah.
And so if you try and go changing balls, well, now all of a sudden you miss the pocket, you big 4. 9 spares better than 6-2. So that's where it becomes tricky. Do you try and play safe, or do you try and, make some sort of bold decisions? But at this point of like you mentioned, the qualifying process, there's really no need to make bold decisions. Just try and knock over as many as you can, and then they'll strip and run the lanes, and you go from there.
Well, Lindenwood's going to pick up where they kind of left off. Going to shoot 237. I think is that the lane they finished on? I think it might be. Could be wrong. It's such a break, I kind of lost track.
Actually, I think they finished on 17.
Did they finish on 17?
But they still bowled decent games on both.
Yeah, I mean, their last. Apologize for the technical problems. Had a little bit of an internet outage there for a minute or two.
It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Everything was working great most of the day, and then all of a sudden had it kind of pop off there for Smithingen. But it looks like we're back up and running again. So our apologies. He didn't miss that much. We're still in game 22, so just missed a few frames.
Did they get to see the 4-6 made?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Kyle King picked up the 4-6-7. You don't see that made every day.
The pin seem to fly around a little bit here, huh?
Yeah, they always kind of had. You know, you could always, not necessarily that they fly across the deck, but they seem to fly up the flat gutters a lot. Like you make a 10 pin, you'll sort of send a pin up the channel.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of pins pop out shooting single pins and stuff too. Yeah, it's annoying if you're chasing the deadwood to have to go get them every 5 minutes.
Yeah. There's an uncharacteristic misspare from Mr. Kent.
Perhaps representing a little bit of lack of focus. It's hard to stay focused when it doesn't mean that much.
Sure, and especially when he's constantly trying to tinker with the strike ball. You know, he's not knocking them over. He's leaving lots of half tens. And so he's probably thinking about what he's going to do in the 10th frame as opposed to, you know, making this spare, almost take it as second nature that he's going to run it down.
You didn't tell me your story yesterday about
Over on our women's featured pair. Finishing up this game number 22, Wichita State, in the books with a 191. 10th frame ahead now for Maryland Eastern Shore. Max 193 for UMES.
And again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. Got an email into our contact at YouTube to see if they can look into what's going on for us and hopefully get it resolved prior to match play if there is any sort of problem that can be fixed. Wichita State 191, Maryland Eastern Shore can max at 193 this game. Two more games to go on the women's side as they wrap up game 22. The men are in the 9th frame of game 22. Lindenwood can max at 220 going into the 10th, and Robert Morris can strike out, well, now a spare, puts their max at 189 this game.
Just a lot of struggling, Lucas, when it's just hard to make your ball face up the right way when they start hooking this much to the right, but when you're seeing some high quality players struggle to knock over too many pins.
So we're just finishing up game 22 of qualifying of a total of 24 games to determine the seeding for the bracket play, which will get underway at 4:45 Central Time, about 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. 2 rounds of match play this afternoon and evening, and then a full day tomorrow as we determine the TV finalists for Saturday's TV shows. And the TV shows are going to be taped for broadcast on CBS Sports Network on Fridays in May at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Check your local listings and see if you get CBS Sports Network, or you can try the channel finder on their website.
Well, Lindenwood's putting a dent into Robert Morris's lead there. 2 games in, they've cut it in half, basically.
Yeah, there's a chance that Lindenwood could move ahead of him and take that top seed going into the bracket, I suppose.
Female side looks pretty much complete from the top spot, at least. A couple 100-pin lead for UMES.
Lindenwood going to get it to about 220 this game if they strike on the fill. Looks like Robert Morris is going to have a 13-pin lead going into the last 2 games, so their struggles are starting to cost them a little bit. Because they were ahead by quite a bit with, probably after 17 games, and ever since then, Lindenwood has been slowly chipping away at it, and now they're within 12 with 2 games to go here in qualifying.
Yeah, all of a sudden those 210 to 220 games that were probably losing pins to Robert Morris an hour and a half ago, those same games are now picking up about 20 to 30 pins a game.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the position round of qualifying here at the 2013 X-Bowling Intercollegiate Team Championships. I'm Jason Overstreet. You've been listening mostly to Lucas Wiseman and Team USA assistant coach Brian O'Keefe. And once this set is complete, we'll have the order and matchups for our match play portion of the competition, which starts this afternoon, ready to go. About 4:45 local time, so that's 4:45 Eastern is when you can expect to have it back on for match play. Stay up to speed with all of the scoring live in real time by downloading the X-Bowling Tournament Edition. X-Bowling, the title sponsor of the Intercollegiate Team Championships and Singles Championships.
Do you ever feel like you kind of hit the point where you feel like you've run out of things to say? I think we might be there. It's been about 6 hours they've been bowling, and it's a lot of bowling, and I'm sure that these guys are ready to head to the lunch break, and I think that they have lunch provided to them today courtesy of Dexter, so thank you very much to Dexter for stepping up and supporting college bowling as well. A lot of great sponsors of this event, and the kids will definitely enjoy having a nice lunch and taking a break for a little while, and they're also going to have their photos taken during the break. So it's going to be a little bit longer break than we expected because they are bowling a little quicker than scheduled. So that's even more of a benefit for them. So they'll have about a 2-hour break to regroup and refresh and get geared up for what is the most important portion of this event, and that's match play. And you don't want to really lose your first match or two in this format. The teams that go undefeated today are going to sleep pretty well because the longer you stay in the winner's bracket, the better. Brian's shaking his head yes.
Yeah, there's not, we have 16 teams here, in like a Masters format or so where you have 64 qualifiers. It's that much more daunting of a task, but I couldn't agree more, Lucas. If you go out and you lose your first match, it's just that uphill battle. It takes that much more mental sort of toughness to stick with it and just take one match at a time. But the teams that can come out and just take care of business and go win-win, those are going to be the teams, like you say, will go home, get a good night's sleep, and come back and probably just need 1 or 2 more matches to make that television show.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bracket from last year now, and 1, 2, 3, 4 wins to make the show.
Yep.
is what it looks like. If you go 4-0, you make it. And everybody will bowl the first 2 rounds this evening. And we will lose, looks like, 4 teams in both divisions tonight.
So it looks like 16 wins is kind of the magic number, 4 at a time.
Yeah, that's right. If you want to take odds on whether a team's going to go undefeated in the bracket, I saw that they were taking bets on whether the Miami Heat will go undefeated in the playoffs, 20 to 1 odds, but I think it's a little more difficult in this environment than it is in the NBA to go undefeated.
So you're asking undefeated as in not lose a single game?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, if you could relate that to a basketball game, I'd almost say to say that the Miami Heat would never get outscored in a quarter.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Now, do I think a team will go undefeated in terms of just winning matches? I think so, but I'm not so sure a team's going to be able to pull off a smooth 16-0 match play record. That would be pretty dang impressive if that was the case, male or female side. There's just too much talent. Too much talent laden teams are across the board that somebody's going to get hot against you in a game or two.
Yeah, and sometimes we'll see the 4-0 match, where somebody gets swept, but a lot of the times, majority of the matches go more than 4 games. You're going to go 5, 6, 7 games. I'd say that probably on average 6 is probably about how long most of the matches go. And you do get the occasional 8-game match, which is can really put a kink in the schedule.
Yeah, it's just so hard. You're going back and forth between lanes, and you may have a great reaction. Your team may be lined up on one lane. You go to the other lane, and it's playing, let's say, 4-2 tighter, and your first time through the lineup, all your guys go light. Well, before you know it, the other team, they were watching what your ball was doing, and they make the adjustment over there, and it's just so hard to never lose a game.
Again, you're watching our live coverage of the xbowling Intercollegiate Team Championships here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman, Brian O'Keefe, and Jason Overstreet with you as we are winding down qualifying. Want to remind you that match play going to start at 4:45 Central Time. It's 5 strikes in a row for Lindenwood, and starting to look pretty good for them to potentially come back in these final few games and take the top seed.
Well, they entered this match down right about 100 pins, you said, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And now through 8 frames of game 3, they're up by 60. So pretty quick turnaround. Almost a 160, 180 pin difference in 2.5 games. Just shows you how quick it can turn around. And like we mentioned before this, I don't want to call it a match, before this 4-game session started, that Lindenwood just finished on this pair. They bowled good scores. They seem to be matching up a lot more to the sort of left gutter fallback condition that's out there right now.
Well, if these two teams finish first and second, they won't see each other for quite a while, the way the bracket works. Because you get separated on different sides of the bracket, so.
I'm looking over to the pair right next door. They're still in the 3rd game over there too, right?
No, they're in game 24 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're
you were looking
behind.
to see that they might be ahead. Yeah. I see where you're looking at, but yeah, they're a game ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so the 1st and 2nd's pretty much locked up. It's just who's going to be where. Same thing on the female side. Looks like one is definitely UMES is going to bowl another good game here. 2-0, sorry. And Wichita struggling a little bit, but can still strike out in the 10th for 200 on the nose. But they're pretty much locked up into the 1st and 2nd seed, it looks like. Well, maybe not. Looks like 3rd and 4th's a little closer over there.
We can call up the results here and take a look, see if they're updated after game 22, and they are. Yeah, McKendree's moved ahead of Wichita in the second.
Wow, that's actually 2 pairs away from us, so they made a big jump.
Yeah, they shot 278, 237 their last 2 games.
That'll do it.
Yeah. And Wichita 169, 191. So McKendree's jumped up quite a bit here in this position round. Haven't seen too many 270 or higher games today. Seen a lot of 240s and 250s, but not much above that.
Yeah, it's hard to bowl 270 in Baker. Well, geez, it's hard to bowl 270 individually, let alone Baker. But, you know, Baker, it's hard to, you know, it does seem to be, you know, when your team can get on a roll, you can throw lots of strikes, but still lots of strikes meaning, you know, everybody's throwing, you're bowling 10, 11 strikes a game. That's tough to do regardless.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why you very rarely see a Baker 300 game, because it's just so hard to get 5 players matched up on the same lane to seal the deal. We see it occasionally, but not very often. It's pretty rare.
Sure, you can put the best team in the world together and have them bowl in elite condition, which you would consider, you know, a super easy condition, and you're not going to see too many Baker 300s. It's just really tough to do. You're only getting 2 shots, so it's tough to stay loose and stay ahead of the moves. You're basically taking a guess by the time, let's say you throw your first frame and it comes all the way back to you in the 6th frame. You know, lanes could have changed, and they might not have changed drastically, but your ball could start to hook maybe, you know, 6 inches earlier, and before you know it, you 4-pin or whatever the case may be. Well, as we are winding up here, Lucas and Jason, I want to thank you guys for having me up here. And anybody new that's listening, the bowling combine taking place this summer, August 6th through the 10th in Arlington, Texas. Players can apply at bowl.com/combine or at bowling ITRC, and just click on the combine page. Registration will be completed on May 12th, so get your applications in before then. And on the coaching side of it, there is no application date, or application deadline date, I should say, but the earlier you get your team signed up, the quicker we can get your program up on our board to show what programs are coming to the combine. We're really excited for the event again this year, and you know, only expecting it to keep growing and growing every year.
Yeah, and for more information on the bowling combine, go to bowlingitrc.com or bowl.com/combine and get those applications in. Hopefully when you get back to the office, Brian, you'll have a nice big chunk of emails in your inbox waiting for you.
Well, thankfully we now have, the first year we did it that way.
Oh,
and,
really?
I had lots and lots of emails. Now we have a combine email box that it goes to, so... But hopefully, yeah, I'd love to get back there next week, get into the office, and see that combine inbox full with, you know, aspiring collegiate players. You know, whether you're listening to this and you know of some friends, or you know of some, you know, youth bowlers, or you're a coach and you know of some of your high school kids that are looking to bowl in college that may not be familiar with the combine. It's a great opportunity to learn their strengths and weaknesses and how they compare against players of their age bracket, and also to be seen by some of the best programs in the country.
And it's fun.
Oh yeah.
And it's a when you say objective skill analysis, that doesn't sound like fun. But
True.
The truth of the matter is that the student athletes that go there have a great time.
Yeah, that's, you know, I don't think about that too much, Jason. You're probably right. You know, you hear the word, that's a skill evaluation, and yeah, everybody's like, oh, great.
Taking the SATs.
Exactly.
Woo-hoo, you know,
Exactly. But it's bowling. You know, you get to learn. You know, it's this game. You're always learning. Every time you bowl, you're learning something, or at least you should be learning something. So, to be able to put yourself in that circumstance, you know, you basically get to bowl 2 hours at a time for a couple days out of the 3 days that you're there at the combine, and you get to meet new friends and learn about all the different programs. It's definitely a blast. I know it's a lot of fun working it. The hours are long, but you know, to get to meet and see where the face of the game is going. You know, all the young kids that are going to take over the mantle in the next 15, 20 years and hopefully take our game to a new level. It's great to see him come out and be so passionate about the sport that, you know, when I was their age, I was the same way. You know, it's just great to say.
For those that haven't been to Arlington, Texas, and to where the Team USA Training Center is, it's right across the street from Six Flags Over Texas and Rangers Ballpark. So coming that time of year, I don't know what the schedule looks like for the Rangers, but if you like roller coasters or going to Major League Baseball, you can make that part of the trip too.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the Rangers schedule to see if they're home during those games, but I know Six Flags will be open.
Yep.
That's for sure. You can bank on that.
Well, coming into this game, Lindenwood had taken a 9-pin lead on Robert Morris, but they gave it right back with an open in the first. It's very close. It's going to come down to the final few frames, and Maryland Eastern Shore with the front 5 this game. And here's the bad news for Wichita State as they've dropped to 3rd. That would place them on the same side as the bracket as Maryland Eastern Shore, and I promise you they don't want that.
Yeah, that it can be a daunting task then if we have to face Wichita State has to face UMES anywhere except on the TV finals. I'm thinking they're not going to want to do that. But it is what it is. You know, you can knock over as many pins as you can, and then, you know, each match is its own individual tournament, so to speak. So, you know, does Wichita State have the talent to compete with UMES? I think that's an undoubtedly a yes and a positive statement. So I think they'll be fine if they do have to match up. It'll be a great match to watch if they do happen to match up before the television show. But yeah, they seem to be running into a lot of the same problems that the guys right next to them are running into. You know, they're playing the middle part of the lane, but their ball's just kind of out of energy. Too much oil down in front of the pins. They can't get their ball to hit.
I'll tell you, this Lindenwood Robert Morris deal over here couldn't get much closer. It's, I think, 2 pins difference between the two teams with 7 frames to go after 23 games of qualifying, you know, so it's pretty close. And so, you know, this might actually help these two teams get geared up for match play because they can get in kind of a more competitive mode for this last game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely want to lead. You know, is it the grand scheme of things? Is it why they're here? No, but, you know, to say we led the tournament wire to wire and won all of our matches, and, you know, you always want to sort of strive to lead a tournament every time you lace up your shoes. So, for sure, you know, they're looking at it. They can see the score. They can see how much difference is there.
No doubles yet this game on the men's side. Just having a hard time keeping the ball right at the head pin at this point.
Yeah, until they keep it tighter, and if they play more of the fallback, then they can't get the 10 pin out. So yeah, it's just it's kind of the modern game of what happens today. You know, you see it quite often on these long blocks that, you know, it forces the right-handers really, really deep, especially when you start with a 45-foot pattern where the majority of the players are going to start out playing the track or even left of the track to begin with. So, you know, the only way to go from there is left. And when you bowl 24 Baker matches, you end up getting over that left gutter.
Well, they got half a game to go, and it's a 1-pin lead for Robert Morris in the battle for the top seed. 51-33 to 51-32. But Lindenwood's working on a strike, so an opportunity for them to take the lead. That was a good shot by Jake Kent.
makes me feel old to see Jacob Kent bowling collegiately because I literally saw him when he was less than a year old. Grew up bowling with his papa back in upstate New York. We actually had the same bowling coach growing up, so I've known Doug since I was about 12, 13 years old. I've known Jacob since he's just a little tyke. That's a big double there. A little light swisher action.
You know, looking at the women's standings here, and Wichita State could fall all the way to like 5th or 6th, and you know, if they finished 4th, they'd probably be okay with that because it would knock them out of the bracket with Maryland Eastern Shore. But I don't know what Weber bowled that last game, but McKendry's been whacking them this set.
Yeah, they're all done. I didn't get to see what their score was, but right next door are Pikeville and Lindenwood, who are right on the heels of Wichita State, right?
Yep, pretty close, just
a couple
10, 12 pins.
Yeah, they Lindenwood has had the front 5, and Pikeville's bowling 2-0 going into the 8th. So
that was a big shot for the Lindenwood guys, 3 in a row. They now lead by 9 with 3 frames left in the race for the top seed.
You can see the excitement now. You know, it's the competitive juices are starting to flow as we get down to the last 5 frames of who's going to lead this thing and beat
and
the
it's
top
amazing
seed.
how the strikes start. Lindenwood leading by, looks like 10 pins here. So I think that Lindenwood can shut him out here in the 10th.
Well, he just left a solid 7, so I think...
Oh, I thought he struck on that.
Yeah, exactly. So if he goes 9 spare strike, Marshall, if your math is correct, Lucas, needs all 3 in the 10th to tie. What happens in the course of a tie?
I think they go to the highest last 12 games.
Well, that would be Lindenwood for sure. Well, there's the first one. So that's huge. Now a spare here by the Lindenwood anchor. Forces Marshall to throw the second one.
Come on, one more, buddy.
Actually, I think if Robert Morris strikes out, they win.
I don't know how the scoring system works.
Yeah, let's see. No, another 20, you're right. I think they would tie.
Yeah, I think if the Lindenwood anchor strikes, well, regardless, I think this one is needed by Marshall.
It was a 9-pin difference coming into this game, according to the scores on Bowl.com. And gets it. That shows them tied going into the last ball.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if they both strike, they tie.
I think you're right.
Oh. Yeah, this is exciting stuff. 24 games of Baker, we're sitting up here going, well, this doesn't really matter. And now these guys are slapping it off in each other's face. And Mr. Marshall Kent, I think he's been here a time or two.
Yeah, let's see if he does it. He needs a strike to tie after 24 games. Oh, wash out. So they're going to finish second.
Yeah.
Finish second, and Lindenwood will take the top seed. My mic is dying.
Okay.
So we'll just quickly wrap things up here. Looks like Maryland Eastern Shore top seed on the women's side, Lindenwood the top seed on the men's side, but by just a couple of pins. And want everybody to go out, have a nice lunch, relax, come back in a little more than 2 hours, and we'll have continuing live coverage here of the Intercollegiate Team Championships right here on Bowl TV. Brian, thanks for sitting in. Enjoy the break.
And, it was my pleasure. Thanks a lot.
We'll see you later. And be sure to everybody to sign up for that bowling combine at bowl.com/combine or bowlingitrc.com and click on the combine tab. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be back with you in a couple of hours here on Bowl TV. Enjoy the break and get geared up for what will be some exciting competition in the match play portion of this event coming up at 4:45 p.m. Central Time.